All right, good morning councillors and all those who are present in the chamber and those watching online. I would like to declare the meeting open again at 9:32 a.m. on Wednesday the 20th of August 2025. And I'd like to firstly acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. I would also like to pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present today. I would like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video. There's no extra cameras, I think, in the room today, just the ones, or mics, just the ones that we normally have now. That's being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this and any comments that you may make during the course of this meeting. I'd also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors on your left or right, depending on where you're sitting, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at the meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of the requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. Moving on to agenda item number 2, leave of absence, and I've not been advised of any leaves of absence today. I would now like to remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligent boards. This must be completed before the meeting concludes. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is the devotional segment. Now, I'd now like to invite Pastor Mariska Dupries from C3 Church, Redland Bay, to lead council in a brief devotional segment.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and visitors. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you this morning. I just want to start with, it's more of an encouragement this morning and thanking all of you. I want to take a moment to thank you for the time, energy and heart you pour into in leading our city. Your role is not easy, as we know, and yet it is deeply important not only for the well-being of our community, but also in the eyes of God. It says in Romans 13 verses 4, for the one in authority, which is you guys, is God's servant for our good. This reminds us that leadership is a calling and a service, not just to the people, but to God as well. Your work, whether seen or unseen, matters deeply. It shapes lives, brings order, and fosters peace in ways that are often goes unrecognized. Please remember the promise in Scripture. In Philippians 4 verses 13, it says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And Galatians 6:9 reminds us that let us not grow weary in doing good, for at a proper time we will receive the harvest. I hope this encourages you guys this morning. Let us pray. Lord, I just want to thank you for these leaders you've placed in our city. Grant them the wisdom beyond their experience, Lord, the strength beyond their limits, and the peace beyond understanding. May they lead with courage, compassion, and clarity. Bless their efforts and bless our community through them. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. And condolences, councillors. I'm not aware of any condolences today. No. We move to agenda item number 4, recognition of achievement. Councillor Bishop.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors and officers. Today's recognition of achievement is to honour the many groups who came together last Saturday for the inaugural Reflections on VP Day at Birkdale State School, commemorating 80 years since Victory in the Pacific was first declared on the 15th of August 1945. Former Scout leader Merrill Ovenden, OAM, had a vision that was taken up by Rotarian Cole Sutcliffe, OAM, and the Rotary Clubs of Capalaba and Wellington Point. They've worked in partnership with Birkdale State School, the choir, Wellington Point State High School, Birkdale Scouts, Redland City Bands, historians, Cooey elders, veterans and service organisations. In all, over 300 citizens gathered, including elected representatives and even a former prisoner of war from Java. What we witnessed was a community celebration, but also a deep reflection. And we learned how our local area was of great significance in World War II. Brisbane became headquarters for General Douglas MacArthur's Pacific Campaign, and a paddock in Birkdale was chosen for what is believed to be the most sophisticated high-frequency radio receiving station that was constructed in the Southern Hemisphere. Built in 1942 on the former Willard Farm, it remained in use for disaster resilience right up until 2017, receiving the Japanese surrender message the day before VP Day itself. We were reminded how American forces camped up to 1,500 strong at a time at Wellington Point and Capalaba behind the pub, working alongside the Australian Postmaster General's Department, the Australian Women's Land Army and local farming families. Together, they protected the coastline, they harvested crops and shared meals until the war's end. Stories were retold of schoolboys Dante Bellarino and Huey Cotton, who spread the news of surrender across the paddocks and into the local pub, a story that was made more powerful with the Cotton family brothers attending Saturday's commemoration. The day included music, oral history storytelling, a radio display by the Bayside District Amateur Radio Society, presentations from the Redlands Coast Museum, Genealogical Society, and wreath laying by the RSL, and also the dedication of peace poles to local schools, scouts and the community. Each element honoured not only the triumph of 1945, but also the sacrifice, with more than 70 million lives lost in World War II and over half of them civilians. In the 80 years since VP Day, our world has experienced an extraordinary period of peace and prosperity. But Saturday's gathering gave many participants their first understanding of how significant our own region was in that critical chapter in history. It's a positive story that we can be proud of, and many believe that we should continue to share in years to come. As we look ahead, 2032 will mark 90 years since the Americans first came and transformed our area, and once again in 2032, the world will arrive on our doorstep for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Events like Reflections on VP Day ensure that when visitors ask who we are, where we're from, that we can answer with pride in our history, our culture, and our community's continued resilience. On behalf of those who gathered and on behalf of those who served, we offer this recognition of achievement and a program from the day. Best we remember and lest we forget. Thank you.
Lest we forget. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. And on that note, I would also like to mention the RSL, our local Redland RSL, on Monday the 18th of August. This Monday I had the honour of representing council and laying a wreath at the Cleveland Cenotaph during the Redland RSL service acknowledging Vietnam veterans and all who served. Vietnam Veterans Day is a day to honour the service and sacrifice of all who served during the Vietnam War. Australia's involvement in the war spanned from 1962 to 1973, with nearly 60,000 Australians serving. More than 500 never returned home, and over 3,000 were wounded. Their courage, endurance and mateship remains etched in our nation's story. The day holds special meaning as we remember the Battle of Long Tan, fought on the 18th of August 1966. In the rubber plantations near the village of Long Tan, just 108 Australian and New Zealand soldiers of Delta Company faced a force of more than 2,000 enemy troops. Against extraordinary odds, they held their ground, and by the end of that fierce battle, 18 Australians lost their lives and many more were wounded. Their bravery and resilience has become a symbol of the service of all Vietnam veterans. For those who served in Vietnam, whether in combat, in support, on land or in sea, we say thank you. To those who never made it home and to the families who bore the burden of their loss, We remember you with respect and with solemn gratitude on Vietnam Veterans Day, and especially here in Redlands, where community and service run deep. We pledge we never forget the sacrifice, the hardship and the enduring spirit of those who served in Vietnam, lest we forget. I now move to agenda item number 5, receipt and confirmation of the minutes. May I have a mover and seconder, and there is an amendment here, that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 16th of July 2025 be confirmed with a correction of the following item. And just asking, are we having that up on screen? Yep. So the correction is item 13.5, media relations, speeches and official messages priority guideline, that the officer's recommendation be omitted and replaced with the correct officer's recommendation, reflective of option 1 in the report, and that's now up on the screen as I understand. A mover, Councillor Colley, seconded. Councillor Mackenzie. Do you have anything? All good? Can I now put that motion? Those in favour? That's those in favour of Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golly, Hewlett, Rendalls, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Are those against? Councillor Tolte. The motion is carried. And may I have a mover and seconder that the meetings of the special meeting held on the 6th of August 2025 be confirmed? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? A comment, Councillor Hughes? Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just note with the special meeting minutes that the formatting has changed, and across each page now we have a red unconfirmed coming across the minutes, and I feel that particularly across this resolution that our community and particularly my football club are waiting for the 10 days that it took for the minutes to come up, and then to be able to send this amended resolution out with the unconfirmed across it, I felt was, without notice, was really difficult for me, and I really was pretty upset about it and disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I see the CEO's noted. I'll put that motion. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Guy, Hewlett, Rendalls, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Tolte and Hughes. Against. Motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 6, declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest and declarable conflicts of interest. I've not been advised of any today so far, but councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general meeting or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise any conflicts of interest? No, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was about to fill out a conflict of interest form concerning the shoreline matter because of the Redlands Community Breakfast, but I thought Tony may be able to confirm whether have declared before and for future statutory meetings. I can't remember. I know it goes back some years, but I'm just paranoid about it because I did receive a misconduct previously.
Thank you, Tony.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hewlett, you have declared that previously and you have been approved by the council to attend and be part of
Thank you. I just want to make sure I had my I's all dotted. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to agenda item number 7, which are matters outstanding from previous general meeting. The CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from previous general meetings. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everybody. There are a few items that are outstanding from previous general meetings. Item 7.1, Draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.2, Service Review and Restructure. A report on this is listed at 12.1 on today's agenda. Item 7.3, the Birkdale Community Precinct, a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.4, benchmarking with Northern Queensland Councils on vegetation policies. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.5, the indoor sports facilities planning. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. And item 7.6, Cleveland Revitalisation Town Centre Project Update. A report will also come to a future meeting of Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the CEO. In September last year, I brought a notice of motion regarding the public art policy, and although the resolution didn't specifically say that it had to come back to a general meeting of council, policies do have to come back to us. So it has never been highlighted in here, and it's been almost 12 months. So can we get an update on when we may receive that policy back, please?
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Yes, we will provide an update for councillors and we'll bring that to an upcoming workshop for you. The officers have been working through that information, and I believe there was an update provided through the portfolio lead at a recent meeting with the portfolio lead. Well, officers are working on that. I do have an officer away at the moment on well-earned leave, and when they're back, we'll be bringing that back to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 8, which is mayoral minutes, and there are no mayoral minutes for today's meeting. Agenda item number 9, public participation. So in accordance with section 6.10, council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have 2 residents who would like to speak today, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Baglari, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. To suspend for 10 minutes public participation segment to allow members of the public to address council on matters of public interest relating to local government. So I put the motion, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. You may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name, suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available... You're right. Which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about, stand unless unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comments directed at any individual council employee or councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant information in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details of how to apply are on council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes dependent on the number of speakers. Withdraw the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. And first we have Mr Neil Dempster representing North Stradbroke Island Golf Club Incorporated. Mr Dempster, can you please come forward to the lectern to address council, and when there state your name and suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Neil Dempster. I'm the Vice President of the North Stradbroke Island Golf Club and represent the views of the club to the council today. The purpose is to talk to item 20.4, which is the revocation of reserves, and of course the reserve as it applies to the leasehold that the golf club presently occupies on its site on the island. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to that agenda item. our purpose is to bring to the Council's attention some of the background, the actions and events that have brought us to seek to have the club's lease returned to state government's oversight. So we refer to 4 events and 4 actions so that you can get some idea of how we've reached this particular point. First, just over 2 years ago, with the help of the Council's funding, as we reviewed our strategic plan, we conducted a community forum with broad participation by the Minjerribah Mungumpan Elders in Council and a wide range of members from other community groups on the island. The aim of the forum was to prepare for the lease's tenure closure on June 2027 by seeking whether or not we should move to a new lease which would allow for the land usage to be broadened so that we could offer a wider range of activities that were in tune with the environment.
Mr Dempster, could I'll just hold for a minute. I've just been provided with some advice. So if we could just take a moment. I just need to bring to your attention, Mr Dempster, because this is a confidential item on Council's agenda, just to be mindful and keep discussion or any commentary about the matter that you're speaking about in a very general context.
I think we will try to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
So the events that we've been talking about that I want to bring to your attention is that the forum that we ran gave us a very important set of potential recommendations in a club which has relied very, very heavily on volunteers since 1901 to produce a piece of infrastructure that is considered to be of great value to residents on the island and to many people who visit. So we were looking at trying to achieve a financial self-sustainability for the club on that leasehold. 4 recommendations were sent through to the council officers here, and the first of those, in association with the Elders in Council, was that we should be producing in our strategic plan a reconciliation and cultural management plan as part of the overall strategic intent of the golf club over the longer term. That was to be done and is being done in consultation with the Elders in Council. The opening of the leasehold land usage to other community associations was something that also came out of the forum. An element such as the Pottery Club having lost its lease could clearly be one of those things that might be considered to be included on our site. Also, the notion of partnerships, particularly with the Elders in Council, was brought up, and we have taken large steps since that time to be a part of the youth justice program on the island. So there's a connection there of a very practical kind. And then, of course, out of the forum came the view that in order to be more self-sufficient and financially viable, it would be important for us to consider how we might provide opportunities for some eco-style accommodation on the island to attract people across. And lastly, of course, every golfer's dream, but of course on a big site like that, it would be important to think about moving a 9-hole golf course to an 18-hole golf course, particularly at a time when we lead through to the Olympic Games and therefore opportunities perhaps for some further government support which we should pursue. Those recommendations were all brought forward to discussions, a range of discussions we had with council members, and also with their participation in some meetings with relevant state government department officials. And our takeaway from those meetings, that it's led us to believe that the club and the council are on the same page, hopefully. The consensus is that a financially self-sustaining leasehold that contributes significantly to the island's tourist economy will be of lasting benefit to the Minjerribah society and its economy. Third, second last point that I wish to make, we report these events to show that we have valued the support of the council and that we've been procedurally open throughout the process of discussing the long-term goals of achieving that goal of financial security. Indeed, we've been encouraged by the frank views that we have listened to on how to move an overly volunteer-dependent organisation to one that is able to make its way in the future with paid employees.
Just letting
getting
you know.
there emphasises the need for growing the income stream.
Just letting you know you're down to your last 30 seconds.
It's down. Time's up. 30 seconds. Okay. Lastly, a decision to release the North Stradbroke Island Golf Club from the council lease today would enable the club committee, supported by the council officers, to negotiate new conditions with the state government with the clear intent to ensure its long-term financial viability while enhancing a key component of the island's tourism infrastructure. Both would carry social and economic benefits to Straddie. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr Dempster. Our second speaker today is Mr Adrian Dunlop. Mr Dunlop, can you please move forward to the lectern and state your name and suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject that you wish to speak about?
Good morning, Lord Mayor. My name's officially Adrian, but my middle name's Scott's my most popular one, surname Dunlop, and I'm here today representing the Caragara Island Resident Ratepayers Association in respect to the proposed seawall revetment project. First of all, this is my first time in speaking at such an organisation, so thank you for listening to me today. My history on the island goes back approximately 6 decades to when I was only about that high. And at that time, the only boulder on the foreshore at Caragara Island was volcanic rock, not bluestone. So over that period of time, things have happened. Some work's been done by council over those years to try and protect the beach or the foreshore or our one and only main road called the Esplanade. So in more recent years, we've had further erosion, which has seen some Energex cables exposed. That was addressed a couple of years ago by the placement of some temporary sandbags. That placement's done a pretty good job in that period of time. It's kept the Energex cables safe. The unfortunate part is that erosion is still happening behind that with the loss of the Esplanade, and that primarily seems to be from uncontrolled stormwater. The project that's unfolding as we speak at the moment went for a design back, I think, in about 2021 or 22. During that period, from what I've read of the design brief, consideration was given to 3 main factors. One of those was wave action. It was noted that our predominant wind is from the southeast, which is on the opposite side of the island to where the erosion's happening. So wave action probably isn't a huge point in what's happening on the foreshore at the moment. Rising sea levels, yes, we all appreciate that with global warming there probably is a slight rise in sea levels, but it's not anything that I've noticed that's significant to point at this stage. And the other thing is the increase in vessel operations. So more recently we have had some improvement in those vessel operations with SeaLink reducing their speeds around the jetties, particularly west of the jetty at Caragara Island. That's reducing those effects. We've had 1 of 2 brand new barges come online which have low wash capacity, so that's 2 great steps. The one thing that wasn't mentioned in the design brief was actually uncontrolled stormwater that comes from higher up on the island, comes down Bertram Road, it turns naturally left, floods the southern side of the Esplanade until it rises enough and it pours over the Esplanade, undermines the current bluestone rock wall that's there and takes away with it the red soil, the sand and anything else it can pick up and take with it. So from a resident's point of view, we're not confident that enough due diligence has been given by council and its officers to understand the nature of the true problem, which is erosion. So what we're asking for and have asked for now for about 15 months is a fresh look at what other alternatives there are to bluestone. We've had 2 meetings with council officers. The first was back in September last year, the second was in May of this year. At both of those meetings we were basically advised of what council's intentions were, and it was not so much about, well, what are the alternatives. Our association presented at the second meeting an alternative for a much softer approach, but it apparently has been rejected on 2 counts. One was that it will require excavation on the sand side, that's the lower side or the toe of the revetment wall, and the other factor was that it's non-trafficable. I've got to say, anybody that knows Bluestone Wall down at the Redland Jetty here on the mainland, Bluestone is not trafficable. The other thing is that in the design brief or the conditions, it states that to produce the Bluestone rock wall, there'll be a 20-tonne excavator. Sand will need to be removed to get down to the mud foundation, which is what will be supporting the Bluestone or anything else.
30 seconds, sorry, just down to your last 32.
So the 2 options that we were told that negated our proposal are no different to the options that are in the current design. So we really do ask that we take a step back, rethink what's about to happen on the foreshore at Caragara Island, because once it's there, it's not undoable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr Dunlop. Thank you to both of our public speakers. Can I have a mover and seconder that we resume standing orders? Thank you, Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Rendels. Those in favour? Thank you, it's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 10, which is petitions and presentations. I understand we have 2 petitions on the agenda today. The first, 10.1. Councillor Rendels, would you like to speak to that?
This is a petition from residents of Caragara. Request to have an evacuation community centre on Caragara Island. Proposal to have an evacuation community centre built so that the island residents can assemble in a disaster or emergency event. Residents can have executive meetings of groups now formed, examples being arts, crafts, light sports events, yoga, book club, board games, resident private functions, and council events as community champions. I move that this petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Bishop. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. And we have 10.2, second petition today. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition from residents requesting demolition of 3 heritage buildings, numbers 1 to 3 Shore Street South. The demolition of these shops will bring an end to another piece of history that the Cleveland we live in and what brought us and our family to is to be eradicated and replaced by another ugly run-of-the-mill concrete block, ugly on the eye and landscape. The reason we moved to Cleveland was it had the country town and sea view feel. It is already becoming, just like any other sprawling mass estates, lumps of concrete. Please try and save these buildings and retain them so future generations can appreciate old Cleveland instead of them having to go on to the library and see how short-sighted this generation has been. I move that this petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the CEO for consideration.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Right, moving to agenda item number 11, order of business. I've not been advised. Oh, Councillor Rendels.
I would like to move that item 18.2, under notice of motion, use of loose rocks to mitigate erosion on Caragara Island, be moved forward to take account that we have 2 residents from the island present.
Do I have a seconder? It's Councillor Bishop, you had your hand up. Yes, thank you. But those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Rendels, Tolte, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Golley, Councillor Hughes. Motion is carried. So now it's in... Yeah, do it now. So we Moving to agenda item number 18.2. Sorry, there we go. There we go. All right, Councillor Rendell's over to you to move your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that Council resolves to request a further briefing on the options not to progress the use of loose rocks to mitigate erosion on Caragara Island and to further explore alternative options.
Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Tolte. Councillor Rendell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'll keep it very, very brief. Caragara and Coochie-Mudlower Islands are the only two locations where residents of the islands and of Redlands Coast and visitors to Redlands can enjoy beach access to the bay. In respect to Caragara, as we've heard earlier, that the beach is well utilised by local residents and has historically been an important meeting place both for residents of Caragara Island, and it's also a destination point for residents across the islands to enjoy the bay water. It is the only beach of its kind in southern Moreton Bay Island. It provides reasonably quick deep water access. People go there for picnics. The local primary schools have their picnic days there, and particularly with the advent of the 50-cent fares, we're seeing increasing numbers of mainland tourists go there to enjoy the amenity. As identified, the challenge with the rock wall is that we expect that over time rocks will displace and will scatter across the sand, making it difficult to walk along the sand and enjoy the beach. We've seen that on other beaches where we've used rock wall remediation, and once it is there, it is unlikely to be picked up and it is there forever. So I'd urge that we reconsider this, essentially pressing the pause button so that we can look more closely at other options. I'm specifically not recommending a particular solution because I don't have the engineering background for that. But the geofabric solution was identified as one of the options. The problem with that was the longevity relative to rocks and the cost of replacement of those. However, with the sandbag remediation, that it does give you a longevity of maybe 15 to 20 years, during which time we can work collaboratively with the state government and federal government to look at other higher cost options that will protect this valuable asset for future generations. Thank you.
Are there any speakers against? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. I understand the issue, and well said. Thank you, Councillor Rendell, and to our guest speaker. In speaking against, I understand that the program of works are funded and underway, and I'd like to understand what impact that would have to the funding that we've received and the works that are currently being planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. General Manager Ino, can you speak to it, Chris Isles?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. I'll be a little bit cryptic in my answers, Councillor, if I can, because obviously we have contractual matters in place. I want to be a bit careful about talking in public about some of our strict contractual things, but we absolutely have a contract in place with somebody to start commencing the works imminently. So should you wish to adopt this notice of motion today, we would have a potential contractual matter where we would need to stand that contractor down. We may suffer some liquidated damages and some delay costs. If you're taking the approach of Councillor Rendell's, we would need to go back to scratch. we would inevitably have to write off all of the design money that we've spent to date to get the design done if we're not going with that design from, I guess, capital to operational money. So there'd be a financial imposition of not insignificant amount, and then we would have to redesign a solution to spend that money again. So there would be not insignificant financial implications for you to make that decision today in terms of just stopping, if that was your specific question.
Thank you. I understand the wording that you've used and understand the confidentiality of having contracts, etc. But also, was there grant funding attached to this as well?
Yeah.
My understanding there was.
Thank you, Councillor, and again through the Mayor. There's actually 2 different additional funding sources beyond Council. So we have some grant funding through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and we have some additional money that Energex is contributing to help us protect their asset. The QRA money would have to be discussed with them as to whether they would continue that grant. It is designed for sort of protection kind of measures, so it'd be up to them as to whether the alternate design that might be reached would be to their satisfaction that they would fund. We would have to go back to Energex to discuss, but at this stage the early advice from them is that they would be not supportive of anything that's not the proposed ROC solution that gives the 50-year design life that they'd be seeking for their asset. So they may withdraw their funding as well.
Thank you. Councillor Tolty?
Thank you, Mayor. Would you like me to be a speaker for? Is that, or a question? I've got speak for and a question, so.
Okay, speaker.
Asking for guidance.
Yep, speaker 4. We're back to speaker 4.
Thank you. Look, I completely understand the concerns of the community and the concerns for the local councillor, and I myself really do not like the dumping of these big black rocks on our sandy beaches. It has been evident over the whole time that I've been in council that they do spread out, and the officers report that they routinely go back and restack them. But, you know, when our budgets are stretched and people are very busy, it's hard to see going back and restocking loose rocks on a beach being prioritised. I wonder if there's not a halfway point where if the rocks are the material that is least likely to break down and has the greatest longevity and therefore is why it's favoured, my concern is less with the rocks and more with the ongoing maintenance of the rocks. They're fine when they're all stacked up neatly and they're limited in their spread. So really I would like to understand why we can't have a solution that contains them. I have raised this previously with council. They do it in New Zealand a lot where they just put a cage there, just similar to those fences that you see built sometimes where there's a wire cage and the rocks go inside the wire cage and therefore they can't spread. Or we've even got some examples across the city where the rocks are contained in nylon rope bags. I think that's more problematic because of the microplastics issue, but if the end result could ensure that the rocks were contained, then I think it would be less of an issue for the community. But I would like that to be addressed, and so therefore I'll support the motion today. But I don't see an issue with if officers can come back and deal with that issue, that they couldn't proceed with their intention to get the work done. Thank you.
General Manager Iono, just following on from that, from Councillor Tully's point, is there any comment that you can make in relation to containment of the rocks?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. At the moment, our view is that to install the rock gabions, is what you were talking about, we would need to excavate to a base to establish that. Unfortunately, for a combination of matters, that area is mud-based, not sort of coffee rock structure, so makes it a difficult base to work on. But critically for us, it's actually a no-dig cultural heritage zone, so we can't dig down to do physical works to establish that structural base to then come up from without then engaging in a whole bunch of additional work in terms of cultural heritage aspects and permits. At the moment, we're allowed to dump rock on top, but that's consistent with our cultural heritage obligations of a no-dig solution, which is why we've gone with that approach. The rock gabions may be suitable. I could take that on notice with the design team, but at this stage, because of the cultural heritage work, this is why we've gone with this approach, also based on the urgency to kind of get the work done, because it has, as the public speaker noted earlier, been around for a couple of years because we've been working our way through how to deal with the balance of cultural heritage matters, getting approval from the state government because it is in the marine park, so there's multiple factors to it.
Councillor Tulsi?
So my question would be, what's the risk? If you don't dig and you're going to dump the rocks there anyway, put the rocks in a cage, and what's the risk? It's not going to float away. If you don't dig it down, what difference does it make? I'm sorry, I don't understand the difference between putting rocks on a beach and putting rocks on a beach wrapped in wire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I probably couldn't comment. I'm happy to ask the team if that can be done, but as my understanding of the way we normally would do rock gabion work is that we would excavate to create the flat structural base for them to come off rather than just dump them in cages. We certainly do the nylon bags as a solution, and that's actively part of a number of locations that we're doing that across the city at the moment. That is that's a temporary approach because those bags definitely will break down in a much shorter period of time. I think they're only 5 to 7 year lifespan as opposed to 10 to 15 for the more nylon geofabric bags. So we could do that approach, but it would have an even shorter life than the nylon.
Right, thank you.
Can we not replace the bags with wire? It's all.
Thank you. I'll go back to, was there a question there that you could answer again?
Look, Council, I might take that one on notice. I'm not aware. I think rock gabions can work. They're not the perfect solution, but happy to take that on.
So speakers against? Councillor Hewlett.
I guess I'm in two minds about this report because of the issues that Councillor Hughes raised. I've seen geofabric bags used very successfully on Cuchumudlo Island, and they're still. But I did read the report and I saw the different issues on Caragara. I've got a long history with Caragara, had land over there many years, and one of my favourite parts of the island was the aesthetic of the sand. I think with the councillor tells you, I don't think they want rocks in baskets, they just don't want rocks at all. That's the feeling that I get. I could be wrong. I personally I've fished off that beach. I love the stepping straight from the grass onto the sand. It's the whole part of and I agree with Councillor Rendell's comments that it will ruin the whole part of the city that is really embraced for its sand. I feel like I'm speaking for, but my main concern was the issues that Councillor used, and that's my main concern is the contractual arrangement, the cost of getting out of that. I wish it hadn't got this far because I think a softer solution will work personally. As Councillor Rendell said, I'm not an engineer either, but I just think it's a shame to ruin one of the most beautiful beaches in the Southern Moreton, or the only beautiful beach in the Southern Moreton Bay Islands is those on Caragara, and for that to just become a rock revetment wall, which, from my understanding, a rock revetment wall increases the energy of the water, which basically repels the sand that's there, and it will actually all become mud. So that's my concern, but my main concern is the financial state at this point. So I'm speaking against, but I'm still uncertain. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker 4, Councillor Mackenzie, I think you had your hand up some time ago. Were you wanting to speak for?
No, it was a question regarding alternative solutions, which included the gabion baskets, they're called, and why they could not be used to contain the rocks and create probably a maybe more aesthetically pleasing and easier structure.
Thank you. So before I go on to any further questions, I'll just keep following the format. So Speaker 4? No? All right, we'll move into questions. Councillor Colley, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the General Manager. You raised before about the contractual agreements. Now, if we focus on what the community has asked for through its representative, which is to look at alternate solutions. One of the key things that was raised was erosion from stormwater. So yes, you have two elements here, the ocean and wave impacts plus your erosion. My question focuses around two things, your erosion mitigation, and also, are we really talking about knocking a contract on the head, or have there been provisions built into the contract for scope creep, where we're not asking to demobilise the contractor, we're looking at putting a halt on the applied solutions currently planned for in order to apply a new application to find the solution to, one, mitigate the stormwater impacts and erosion, and also the sea impacts. So surely the contract has enough scope creep built into it to basically say, well, we're not going to demobilise you, we're just going to put this particular part of the works on hold until we come up with this solution, and we're estimating another 3 months extension. Do you know what I mean? Because it would be very costly to demobilise and start from scratch. So surely those provisions are built into the contract.
Councillor, and through the Mayor. So to answer the first question, and perhaps just to correct something, because it's related, that Councillor Hewlett said, is that the rock walls actually break up the wave action, not amplify it. It's actually the opposite. It's the geotextile bags that actually overtop, so the wave action hit those bags and slide up, and that's where you get the erosion behind the sandbags, whereas the rock wall dissipate it, because that's the angular face of all of the rocks that are perhaps causing concern amongst you all because they're not easy to walk on. That's actually the thing that makes them work, because it dissipates and breaks the wave action up. You don't get the typical overtopping of that through the wave action through a rock wall as you do with the geotextile bags. So in terms of the erosion, officers have investigated it. Our outcomes of our investigation is it's not our belief that it is stormwater that's coming in from behind at the moment that's causing the erosion. It's actually the overtopping of the wave action through that zone at the moment. Having said that, we'll always look to see if there's any other stormwater works that we could do as part of the larger package of works or through our internal works crews to make sure that we have the stormwater managed on that side of the site. So our view is that we can handle the erosion. It's actually caused, would be solved by these rock walls. In terms of the contractual question, I probably don't agree. At the moment, it's taken us 12 plus months to get the approval through the Department of Environment. We would anticipate there'd be 6 plus months of design, another 12 months to get another approval through. We absolutely would have to have that contractor not commence work and decamp or not commence, and they would be within their right to ask us for any damages that they might have incurred or cost to that date. It may not be significant because they're not set up on site as yet, but they might be already buying materials and other kind of things. So we probably would. The contract, you do have room in contracts for some scope creep and time frames, as you've said, but 12 to 18 months would be well outside what you would normally want a contractor hanging around for, so that they're not quarantining their workforce to do no other work waiting for us. So if that helps.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank our speaker for representing his community and speaking so passionately about this. It's great to see community members so invested in what the area looks like, and I'd like to thank Councillor Endorse for his representation of his community as well. My question is to the General Manager of Infrastructure and Operations. On Monday we had a presentation from the staff that showed us an analysis of 6 different options for the rock wall, and what was presented clearly showed that the rock revetment wall was the best option for us. If this motion were to be successful today, what process would officers go through that they haven't already been through to explore alternate options to a rock revetment wall?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, I think as you've articulated, I think we've assessed all of the options there. It really would probably be guided by your councillors if you're seeking a different outcome. The officer's technical investigations are this is the right solution. We can perhaps go and investigate the notion of Councillor Taltier, whether you can use some gabions or some other elements to contain that rock. But beyond that, I think we've investigated all options. It's really a technical view of what is the best value for money with the greatest lifespan, because it is a 50-year design life that we're designing in for this. Our view, and the reason why we are pushing for it, because it's the criticality of assets. That Energex cable not only supplies Caragara, it goes over to Macleay and Lamb Island. It supplies an awful lot of people, and we'd be really concerned about the implications to those entire island communities should that cable be compromised and potentially, washed away in a large storm event. So the consequences are really significant for us, which is why we're putting so much effort into it. I think the other part to it as well is that what we're talking about is a rock wall section of 60 metres. There's over 600 metres of sandy beach on Caragara. We're not talking about removing all of the sand, and we're talking about a small section of it. The existing swimming enclosure further along the island is going to be unimpacted. There's over 300 metres of sandy beach in proximity to the swimming enclosure, which is where we would probably honestly want to encourage residents and people to swim in the enclosure, because that's obviously where it's safe for them to do that. There is still ready access to the rest of the beach, which in that section would over be 200 metres of sandy beach. We're just filling in the rock wall from the end of the ferry terminal along a further 60 metres. So we're not taking the entire amount. There'd still be over 90% of the existing sandy beach remaining unaffected. So that would be the only other things we could do, to explore whether you shorten the length of the rock wall. But, again, I think we've been through all the technical options.
Thank you.
Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, again, thank you very much to Councillor Rendels for bringing this and to the Speaker, and also to officers for the update. I think the fact that this is critical infrastructure protecting a high voltage cable is the critical thing that we need to be aware of. I totally understand and appreciate the amenity of this area. And when I ask those questions about the width, the majority of that open beach, which does open wider to the east, is the critical part that I think will be maintained. But I think the primacy of being able to manage this infrastructure, ensure safety, and address the amenity issue. The one thing I would like to ask, there's a few things, but actually, is it possible to do an element of sand nourishment in the event that there is some change to that area, because it might wash in a way that changes that? That's the first question I'd like to ask through the Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, of course, sand nourishment's possible. That's why we have sand on that beach now, because we undertook a nourishment program a few years ago. What we would say is that sand nourishment works are operational money. So it's, the hard to find money. So we don't like to do it in areas across where we think it might wash away through tidal action. But having said that, the sand is still there now. The work, particularly the way we're proposing to do the works from the shore and deposit the rocks there, we're confident that the existing sand that's there now will remain and will continue in that zone. It may move through. So we can always do further nourishment works if that was a desire of council in the future.
Thank you. And second question through the Chair, if I may. The mention from the Speaker of the upstream stormwater, if there is further work that could be identified, can we just have an undertaking that will be addressed as part of this process?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And through the Mayor, look, yeah, absolutely. We can undertake. We have done some work. We're confident that stormwater is not the issue that's causing the erosion or the challenges here on the shoreline, but certainly we'll continue to investigate that as part of the works. And if we can deliver that additional works either within this scope or budget, then we will do so. Otherwise, we'll come back and seek some additional funding.
Yeah, just broadly, because local knowledge is tremendously valuable, and I think it's really important that that there has been some consultation. But if that information can be carried forward, I am concerned about us changing the scope significantly and risking the funding and the actual works, given the strategic nature of the importance of this safety consideration. So I do hope that the community can come on board. I'm sure they will be resilient and do whatever necessary to make it as traversable as possible, as safely as necessary, and hopefully we can find an outcome that will be useful for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Boglari, then Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Hewlett.
Yes, it's a good discussion, and thank you to the Speaker for coming in today. It is a beautiful beach, I agree, and I've had picnics there myself. It's beautiful. And thank you for your residents that send us emails. On Monday in our workshops, the officers gave an extremely informative PowerPoint, which gave me a lot of clarity, and I've received more clarity here today. I was just wondering, is it possible for parts at least of that PowerPoint to be made available on the website perhaps, so that the community can see that information, because it explained how, like a previous councillor said, the number of options that the officers did explore and why they chose this at the final outcome. Is that possible at all?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Baglari, for the question. I'll probably need to refer to Chris Isles, but I do know that they have done some very good messaging already in this space, and we need to be conscious of a contractual matter underfoot. Chris, is there any comment that you'd like to make?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Looks so happy to take that on board, and I'd have to work with the officers to kind of see what material's in there. There is a lot of information that we maintain on seawalls generally. We have quite a lot of education programs out there around all of those different things. So if there's some additional work that we can do in the public realm, whether it's specific to this Caragara example or more generally, because obviously, foreshores and seawalls are not unique to this location. They are projects we continue to do across the city. I'll have the team explore whether we can do some additional information more generally, but certainly if there's some material we can release, happy to work with the CEO on that.
Yeah, I just thought it might have been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. The local voices are very, very important, and I'm sure, and I look after an island as well, so know how unique, important and passionate those views are, and they do add to the quality and the outcomes in our city. Thanks to the officers, I've already had a couple of my questions answered. It's 60 metres of some 580 metres of beach in a linear. My first question is, with rock stacking, how much of the beach, even in that 60 metre section, is lost or impacted sort of between the land and the water? Is it 20 metres, 5 metres, 2 metres? Is there a number?
Councillor, thank you, and through the Mayor, if I understand your question, if you were drawing a cross-section of the beach and we're placing rock,
yes,
how much of that cross-section?
Correct.
I'll probably get a specific answer from the design team, but my understanding from the briefing is that you're probably only talking 1 to 1.5 metres wide rock section, but not really significant in width, because we are just placing them down there. So it's not a significant amount. I think, as they indicated in the briefing, our view is that there would still be, depending on obviously the tide, but at low tide there should still be several metres of sand that would still be accessible below the water. Sorry, my team's messaged me in the background saying the whole thing will be 5 metres in total. Sorry. So there you go.
Sure.
About 2.5 metres more than the bags, yeah. So the bags are narrower, the rocks will be slightly wider.
Okay, so there is an impact, but it's, I appreciate that. Of course there's an impact. So my follow-up question is, can't go into an emotion, but can we be assured in some way that operationally, we've heard some talk about rocks needing to be restacked and some concern that that's not done regularly. Can we be assured that that would be done or monitored annually, second year, just for the community to understand that that's not going to be a creep from 2 or 3 metres to 6 metres?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Well, I guess I can give you the assurance that we can do that work to the degree that you fund those works and staff to do that. It's a rhetorical question, perhaps that being a cheeky answer there, but I think Councillor Talty put it well earlier, is that our operational teams have an enormous amount, particularly in the marine space, to do. As a city with 335 kilometres of shore and work, it's a never-ending, the Redlands equivalent of the Story Harbour Bridge, I suspect. So we absolutely do our best there. If there's a desire for that standards to be improved, then of course we can work with you to fund that accordingly. But we'll absolutely do our best to ensure that we can keep our rock walls in the best condition we can.
Thank you. And then through the Mayor to my colleagues, that's probably something we should put onto our Mayor Councillors meeting or something for a discussion, and whether we need to consider those operational things. Further question, really important for the local community and visitors to have access, and I think there will be, we can all walk, but there are sometimes more convenient entry points onto beaches. Can this be monitored perhaps also over the next year following any intervention to see if the community has adapted easily or there's been more access impacts than intended. Because at the moment I'm feeling that it's going to be a modest impact, but I may be very wrong and it might be significant, and I'd like that to be clarified over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, I'm sure it's something that officers can monitor, and perhaps we'd welcome the Councillor to provide that feedback on behalf of his community too as a conduit. So we're happy to go back and work with you all if this design hasn't worked on a different solution in the future, or some kind of mitigation works, if that's the intention of it.
Thank you. And then Councillor Hewlett, I had you next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through you back to Chris again. Chris, you may know that I've had rock groins put into Thompson's Beach at Victoria Point, and I think it was Rod Powell from memory when he was here in Marine Infrastructure said the reason the rocks are getting spread out because they're just too small. He said we're supposed to use a specified size of rock down there, but I've got teenagers that can pick them up and throw them out into the tide. Are the rock sizes on Caragara going to be big enough that they're not going to be able to be picked up and thrown? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, ultimately, the size of the rocks is dependent on every different situation that we deploy them. So I think as we articulated in the workshop, and I understand you were unwell earlier in the week, so may not have been there, is that everyone is designed based on the prevailing wave conditions, the depth of the channel and the currents there. So without knowing the specifics of that Victoria Point example, it may be that there's some different conditions there with prevailing breezes and the ocean, I guess the width of the bay they're coming across is against the narrower channel you've got here in Carra, which is deeper, but we have the impact of the ferries. So they're just designed in every different situation. So, but we're confident that the design that we've got here will be suitable sized rocks, that they won't be moved on a day-to-day basis. It would only be, in really large cyclonic type events that you may see rock movement.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for everyone for your questions and discussion, and thank you, Chris, for answering all of those questions. Thank you also to the community speaker as well for coming in today. I know this is a very difficult and emotive topic for Caragara Island residents, and I know it's a difficult one to try and find a solution for, taking into account the work, the long-term work that the council officers have done, and as Councillor Bishop pointed out, the infrastructure that needs protecting, essential infrastructure. So I hope everyone has enough information now. Anything further you would like to say, Councillor Rendles, in summing up?
Yes, thank you. That this issue will be closely looked at by the community, and I'd like to place on record that the council officers, in terms of their availability to come out and engage with the community, to do walks on the beach, not just about the rock wall, but other areas of council, I have no concerns about over the time that I've been in council. They have been available to talk with the community, and I think we'd all acknowledge that and appreciate it. The decisions and recommendations mightn't be what we want, but they did make themselves available. One of the key focuses of why we're here now is because of the essential nature of the Energex cable carrying the power across to Macleay and to Lamb Island. However, I'd note the Christmas before last, when the Energex cable went down from Russell to Caragara Island, it wasn't because of erosion or rock walls, it was because of a tree bringing it down. So it's not as simple as that. The other focal point we've had is the longevity and cost effectiveness of this fix over other options. And I think council officers established that was not questioned. But I would note that the islands are already behind. They're behind in infrastructure, roads, footpaths, drainage. And what we're doing now is we're taking away one of the attractors, one of the pristine parts of the islands that is unique to Moreton Bay. What we're also doing is, on one hand, we're looking at focusing on cost effectiveness and durability, but on the other hand, we're also looking at trying to build a thriving economy and tourism and environmental-based tourism across the Redlands coast. So what we're doing with the hand in terms of the rock wall is different than our focus in other areas. I'd also note that in other areas of council operations, efficiency, cost benefit, the financial indicators are not what we always take. Whether it's in deficit funding for our parks, our libraries, RPAC, Willard's Farm, we make conscious decisions about where our true value lies. And I think this is one of the things there. Sell Outreach Park, which is also in Division 5, became impassable. The beach there was impassable because of the rocks falling down. It became an unusable beach. What I'm asking for here, and I accept that it will cost us some money, what I'm asking for us here is that we pause and we rethink and look at other options, because there's also a shifting kaleidoscope around this, that we're looking at changing positions of the state government in regards to environmental impact, tourism, and we haven't really explored those. As was noted by Scott, that there's changes in the ferry infrastructure coming in. It's reducing wash, and we have a good relationship with Sealink and have managed to slow their vessels down, and that's also reflected in their timetabling discussions to relieve some of those pressures. We also have other and emergent technologies like artificial reefs. These are high cost alternatives, but I don't believe that we've really exhausted the opportunities of exploring those. So once again, I'd ask that we request a further briefing on the options not to progress the use of the loose rocks to mitigate erosion on Caragara Island and to further explore alternative options. Thank you everybody for the close consideration that you've given to this issue and the obvious support that everybody has, irrespective of whether they support this motion or not, in regards to trying our best to protect the environmental amenity of the bay.
Thank you. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion is lost. And we now return to agenda item number 12.1, which is the service review and restructure. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? If we don't have a mover, what do I do? It's agenda item number 12.1. Mover for the...
I'd like to propose an amendment, if I may.
Councillor Bishop?
I'd like to propose an amendment to propose the advisory group consist of the Mayor, the CEO and an external advisor, and allow the rest to continue as attached. It would be in the change to the terms, so it would be amendment to the terms of reference. The motion would not need to be changed, correct? It's
the terms are attached to this motion.
Can you
Through
speak,
the chair, if I'm
can you
please.
speak to that, please, Tony?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. So the change will be to approve the terms of reference attached as amended.
correct. And that's the amendment that I would seek.
Just Just waiting for the wording change. Yeah. So do I have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Bishop, would you like to?
Yes, thank
speak to
you.
that?
Look, this came as a mayoral minute which was supported in majority to, as it refers to in the background, establish an advisory group, including the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer, to guide the review process with regular reports back to Council. It goes on to ensure the review is evidence-based, draws on best practice models of local administration, including innovative delivery models drawing on the latest knowledge and technology, and that the terms of reference will come back to councillors, and fourthly, to commission a comprehensive external review of all Redland City Council services, both internal and external, organisational structure and delivery models to ensure that Council is appropriately resourced to deliver what the community needs in the most efficient way possible. Councillors, I think this has come to us and I believe that the intent to allow ourselves to have a clear understanding of Council as it is at the moment in terms of delivery.
Point of order, Mayor. I don't think the Council is speaking to the amendment. The amendment is to remove a person from the steering group, is that correct?
It's to continue with the initial intent.
So in speaking, we're speaking to the amendment, which is the benefits or otherwise of the amendment.
Yeah.
Not the review.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I think your last point was in relation to, was it the intent of the advisory group? Sorry, I missed the last bit.
Yeah. So it's seeking to uphold the original intent, which is the purpose of what we've had before us, and I think that's, I believe, something that I would like us to consider. Noting that no other hands went up, and I think that's as close to an optimal pathway that's in line with what was originally supported. So I'd like to put that to the group.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. So, Councillor Hughes, you look confused. So it's about changing the attached terms of reference. Yeah. All right, speakers.
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, I'm with great respect, I didn't hear a single word that was speaking to the amendment. And we can leave it at that, but I'd like to give the councillor an opportunity to actually speak to the benefits of the change to the group. I didn't hear a single word about that, and I'd like to hear why the councillor feels that's important.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Bishop, do you have anything to add in relation to the suggested amendment?
Absolutely. I think this is a very important moment in this council's current trajectory. Based on our recent budget discussions, I think it's very important that we get clarity. And I think the two observers, being Council CEO and Mayor, with an external advisor, giving information back to us so that we can review that information, should be sufficient for us to make clear decisions going forward. And as the terms of reference are realised, I think that we will be able to then make subsequent decisions, and I think that's an appropriate, fair, objective, arm's length and optimal way forward for us to get an MRI snapshot of where our organisation is, subsequent changes that may occur in line with this terms of reference, I think are things that we can consider. The opportunities to have discussions around that so far have been made available to councillors, and I would like to proceed with that suggestion, knowing that going forward, I have every faith that our Mayor and CEO and an external advisor will give us full, frank, fearless information, and we can make the best decisions for this council and community going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. And speaking against, I'd like just to seek clarity regarding an advisor. I understand that this whole report and the recommendation that we'll be looking at consultants at quite a significant cost, which is fair and reasonable to do an undertaking of this gravity across our whole organisation. So an advisor versus a consultant, I'm speaking against, because I don't really see that having an advisor to give us advice on what the consultant, who would be an advisor, consulting, giving us back a response. No, I just don't understand and don't support that. Thank you. And the question, speaking against, is advisor versus consultants.
Speaker 4.
I'll speak for, and I'll try and just clarify before what I was going to say. At the moment, in the terms of reference, on page 6 of 9, there's an advisory group that has been set up. That advisory group, as according to the terms of reference now, is the CEO as chair, the mayor, the deputy mayor, the executive leadership group manager of people, culture and organisational performance. So there's 4 people on an advisory group now that we're going to review the process on the consultant, and it's to guide the consultant. I would prefer it just to be the mayor as the spokesperson for council laws, the CEO as the operational arm and leader of the organisation, to work with the consultant to make sure there is more independence for that consultant. Considering that the Deputy Mayor at the time was against this revision as well, concerns me. I don't want any constraints put on the consultant, so I am happy...
Point of order, Mayor. The tone and language and intent of direction towards the Deputy Mayor, implying that she would put constraints on the consultant, not act in a professional manner, is disrespectful.
Councillor Mackenzie, I didn't hear it being directed at any individual.
I did say Deputy Mayor, because the Deputy Mayor was...
against this, and the councillor does not want any constraints put on the reviewer, indicating that the Deputy Mayor would put constraints on the reviewer. The tone and language is offensive to the Deputy Mayor's position.
It wasn't offensive. It was a state of fact that if we have people on a panel which are concerned about access to information, or we're going to get a professional consultant.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I have a ruling on my point of order?
Councillor Mackenzie, I'm
happy to give an apology to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
But my concern is that we are getting a professional consultant in, and with the Mayor and the CEO, there's more than enough guidance there for a consultant. A consultant will know how to do this. That's why we employ them. And I just want to make sure, they don't have over-guidance.
Thank you.
So I'm in favour of this change.
Speaker against, Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I find it quite ironic that we're talking about an efficiency review for council, and this amendment suggests that we add an additional cost, which is completely unnecessary, to facilitate this review. The additional cost would be getting an external person onto the advisory group. We're already engaging as part of this review, supported by council. We are suggesting that we have an external person come in to conduct the review. That's the whole point of the mayoral minute, which was presented to us earlier this year. I'm pleased that the councillor in this amendment has suggested that the budget is a consideration, and I think that considering the budget, we should not be adding additional costs. We had a very divisive budget process this year. We are all cognizant of trying to ensure that we are doing what we can to act as efficiently as possible. Burdening our residents with an additional cost, with the limited budget available for this review already, is going to mean that we have less budget to actually conduct the review. I'm strongly opposed to this amendment.
Speaker 4. I will speak to the amendment because I want to be really clear about the intent, going back to Paul Bishop's, Councillor Bishop's point. So in bringing the mayoral minute, and it's changed terms because councillors suggested changes to the original mayoral minute, so those were accommodated. The original wording was around a working group, and when you engage a consultant, obviously you have your proposed budget, so you'll have an idea, and it's about determining what we can do with the funding available to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for. So the original intent in the mayoral minute was to have leaders of the organisation, with feedback from the organisation, engage with the consultant to determine that final scope. So in terms of comments about additional cost, that wasn't intended in the original mayoral minute. It's intended to be a streamlined process. And in terms of cost, the mayoral minute was brought with very firm views and concerns, I guess, around, well, not firm views, but concerns around our long-term financial sustainability. So this is about doing the best by our community and our organisation to find efficiencies. That's not a criticism. It's not to say they haven't been, many efficiencies haven't been found. But to my knowledge and all advice, no external whole of organisation review has ever been undertaken. So this could be a very big positive because we're looking to engage with someone with expertise to look at our organisation afresh and to see where efficiencies can be made and to ensure that areas across council are properly resourced. Everyone, there are many long-term players in this council and in the leadership team, and it is a healthy process to often have, or at stages have, external eyes on an organisation to get updates and get a new perspective. So that was the intent. Keeping it lean is also an intent to manage costs. So I'm addressing...
Point of order, Mayor.
I'm addressing those points from the concerns that have been raised. So in relation to the amendment here, this is what it's about, keeping it lean, and I am a speaker for. So speakers against. Councillor Golley.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, hat tip to you. You've taken the initiative to seek a review. I think that's a positive step forward. I'm very much supportive, as I supported your mayoral minute. My only question around this is based on what Councillor Mitchell had raised before, was there's still no validation as to why the sudden need to change the terms of reference and remove a member of the working group. So as it stands right now, I'm prepared to support this moving forward because I think it's a fantastic initiative, but I actually don't support now mid sort of flow. We look at one particular panel member and go, okay, well, we actually don't want you on that in that position, or two panel members, and have them removed. I don't see the justification for it. The fact is that we have a very strong desire to do an internal review to look for efficiencies. And as I said, Mayor, that was a fantastic initiative of yours. You've achieved that. You should take this as a win and let's just get on with it. We've got this now flowing. It's a positive step forward. I have questions around the budgeting of this because I think if you start to engage a large forensic firm to do the work that's going to be discussed, it will be well beyond $400,000. So I think as it stands now, it's a win. And without changing anything, we just now get on with it and look for those efficiencies. I don't want to see this politicised. I don't want personalities put into it. We're looking for cost-effective efficiencies so that come the next budget deliberations, we can actually move forward with the best positive value outcomes for the community. So I would be hesitant to start going, oh, well, we're going to chop and change, because what comes next? We start chopping and changing and chopping. It'll just continue. The minute someone doesn't like something, oh, we want to change it again with another amendment. I think we just keep flowing forward. It's a fantastic initiative. Let's just move forward and keep moving forward with the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gollick. Speakers for. We're now exhausted. So, questions. Councillor Mackenzie, I think, had a hand up first.
So to clarify, through you, Madam Mayor, and I'm not sure, it sounded like it was partly your motion, partly Paul Bishop's and partly Councillor Bolglari, so I'm not sure who I'm asking the question to. We would like to have an external advisor on the steering committee to advise the external consultant on the review.
No, you're speaking singly to myself through the chair, if I may, as the mover of this amendment. This is to simply have the consultant, who is referred to as the reviewer on page 5, the review will be conducted by a suitably qualified or experienced person, the reviewer.
Yeah.
That they would be the reviewer, and the two people on the panel would be the CEO and the mayor. No extras, just that. It's the most efficient representative.
That's not what you said.
Where does the advisor come in? That's why I was confused before we said.
No, that's the intent, is to
That's not
stick...
what you said.
No, you said an advisor.
Councillors, through the chair, this is an emotive topic, and Chair, would you be able to chair, please?
Oh, Councillor Mitchell, thank you for your comments, but I think you can show some respect as well. Thank you.
Apologies, it was meant to support you, not to be negative.
Yeah.
I believe I'm clarifying, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think you
Councillor
were,
Mitchell?
Councillor Bishop. So if everyone can stop their commentary and allow Councillor Bishop to actually finish his point. You asked for clarification, and I believe he's providing it for you.
So
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So it will be reverting, the steering committee would then revert back to just the mayor and the CEO, which was in the original mayoral minute.
As I read.
And then the debate at that time and the assurance from the mayor was that it would not just be limited to the CEO and the mayor, that a working group would extend more than that. So I don't support this change based on the fact that the mayor did give us assurance that there would be more than 2 people on this working group to steer the reviewer.
Is that a question?
It wasn't.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I
I
guess she's. I'm not quite sure where this is going. I guess there's corrections I want to make, but Councillor Bishop, I'll allow you to make your response.
Well, was that a question that you were asking? Because...
Okay, Mayor, did you not assure us at the time of the mayoral minute that there would be more than yourself and the CEO on the working group?
So I stated in the mayoral minute that there was a working group. It wasn't an advisory group. That change was brought from the floor by, I can't remember which councillor. And so that change was brought at the time by a councillor on the floor.
Which was so then to clarify...
I don't know who that was.
Then to clarify, going back to that mayoral minute and the debate and what happened on the floor, and the support then for the review was that councillors were under the distinct impression that there would be more than 2 people on this working group to steer this. I'm quite happy for it to wait, and we can bring up the video from that meeting to get the clarification.
I'm just in the present here and just wondering if we're dealing with the present or the past, because here, to make a decision today, I've proposed this amendment, which is as discussed.
Okay,
I think it's as simple as this. I think, Councillor Bishop, you've proposed an amendment. I think everyone's now gone for or against. If there are any questions, I think the motion is put, and then it's a simple process, pretty much. Yep, and then it goes back to the motion. Councillor Colley, did you have a question?
Yes, so I think that there was some confusion about the intent of the motion. What Councillor Bishop articulated was not what he has now articulated quite clearly for the rest of us. So I just want to confirm, you're not suggesting that there be anybody on the advisory group except for the Mayor and CEO to advise an external reviewer?
I'm suggesting that we have the reviewer and the Mayor and CEO are in discussion with that reviewer, and then we, as the council, are effectively the arbiters of whatever comes from that. So it becomes all of us, not some of us on that, and not some officers on that, but that... No, it's not, because it states here that the information comes back to council after the reviewer has worked with the CEO and the mayor. That information then comes to council. That's how it is that's what the terms of reference are.
Councillor Bishop,
Thank you.
Correct.
There's a
That is the
second
process.
part to my question, because that has confused things more for me than providing clarity. There is an advisory group. I'm not sure if you've read the documentation here in the terms of reference, but it clearly states there will be an advisory group. Who do you propose is on the advisory group?
I am proposing that was the original intent is that the reviewer is the external reviewer. The internal people who are in discussion with that reviewer are the CEO representing the executive and the mayor representing the decision makers, and that neutrality and partiality represents both the city elected and the city officers, professionals.
So
and that
what is the composition of the advisory group? Because the advisory group is referred to continually in
the mayor and the CEO, neutral objective.
Councillor
Thank
Colley,
you.
I
You've
believe.
answered the question
Yes, I
now.
believe
Thank
Councillor Bishop answered your question twice. I'll just for the room, just for the room, I'll give you the original wording of the original mayoral minute. It was to establish a steering committee comprised of the mayor and chief executive officer to guide the review process with regular report back to council. So that was the original point. Obviously, it was changed from the floor with other councillors providing input, and that's how it ended up with different wording for the resolution that was actually passed. So, any other questions? Councillor Rendles.
I've got a question. It's not about who's on the advisory group. It's
Well, I think that's what we're dealing with.
no. It's about what's being talked about. That the language appears to be shifting from a review to a reviewer to a person. Now, when we originally put this, the objective was to have a review of the organisation, and a comprehensive review of the organisation, which would include processes, governance structures, organisational structures, budgets, efficiencies and so forth. There was also quite a lot of discussion around, with a scope like that, who was likely to do it, not in terms of an individual, what sort of organisation might come in to do that. And now our language has shifted to talk about a reviewer or a person. So are we saying that what you're intending to do is to go out to employ a single person who you expect to have that breadth of
Councillor
skills?
Rendles, can I just stop you there, because we're dealing with the amendment at the moment, and what you're speaking about now is off topic. So if I can bring it back, I want to bring it back to the actually dealing with the amendment. So can we?
Well, with respect, the language has been about a reviewer or a person.
Yes, Councillor Bishop.
Just if I may, in response, and clear answer on page 5 of 9 of the report, it says the review will be conducted by a suitably qualified or experienced person. That brings up the person concept. And then in brackets it says the reviewer, who will be engaged by Redland City Council on an appropriate basis. So we have a person, we have a reviewer, and that person who's the reviewer will do a review. So I'm not adding any complexity. It's actually plainly written in this documentation, simply that that person is then overseen by the mayor as representing us, reporting back to us. The CEO is overseeing on behalf of the organisation, reporting back to us.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. I think we're getting into semantics now, when usually in documents like this you might refer to the reviewer, but that is whoever or whichever firm that is engaged to do the work. So if there are no further questions, I'll put the sorry, Councillor Bishop, do you have anything to say? If not, I'll...
Yeah, look, in summary, councillors, anyone who has any concerns or prevarications about this process, it's simply asking to do what the mayor has asked, to get clarity around how our organisation is going. We understand it. It's a ship we're sailing in. We have great confidence in our officers. We should maintain that confidence. We should allow the external reviewer to conduct the review, to give us the feedback necessary, so that if there are changes that we need to make, that they can be made accordingly. And we, all of us, collectively, can share in that information and then make appropriate and fair decisions going forward in the best interest of our long-term best interest of our community for their benefit.
Thank you. Now I'd put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. And the motion is lost. So we revert back to the original. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor... Oh, you can't ask him. Councillor Talty?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Bishop has just debated an amendment. However, there was no motion moved to amend. So therefore, the motion that Councillor Bishop put became an amended motion, and that is what has been understood and recorded, I believe, in the minutes. Therefore, that matter has been defeated, and we have to move on to the next matter in the agenda.
I'll just seek some clarity. So I'm just getting advice. So technically correct? Okay, technically correct. All right. Well, yeah, we'll move on to the next. We'll move on to the next one.
Clarification, if I may, in terms of this item. What happens in terms of it, because it is a significant matter for this council, in terms of our order of business going forward?
So,
what is the process of this being re-entered back into the agenda?
CEO? Councillor McKenzie shouldn't play games. I really take offence to the language that you're using and sitting here in council. So I'm providing you with a warning. You're speaking over the top of other people. Please observe the standing orders and refrain from making comment.
Mayor, I'd suggest you might want to take a slight adjournment so that we can just get some clarification on that matter.
All right, thank you. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Move to adjourn for 15 minutes. Those in favour? It's Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendles, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Talty and Councillor Golay. The motion's carried. We are now adjourned. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. We're back online. Can I have a mover and seconder that resumes standing orders? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously.
Can I please have a point of clarification that we're not resuming standing orders, we're actually resuming the meeting?
Resuming the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Let's get that straight. Should we vote again, do you think?
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
I find your tone condescending and rude and disrespectful towards me because I pointed out that we've just voted on a wrong item.
No, that's not the case, Councillor Mackenzie. No, that's not the case, Councillor Mackenzie. I find your tone towards me equally so. So how about we draw a line in the sand and we continue on? Thank you for the correction. Thank you for the correction. Let's vote that we are resuming the meeting. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. We are back in the meeting. We now move to agenda item number 13.1, which is the July 2025 monthly financial report. Councillor, moving that report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mitchell, I believe, was the first hand up. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first monthly financial report for this current financial year. The position may adjust as the end of last financial year is yet to be finalised, and these audited figures will be available in the annual report probably around October. Depreciation continues to be a challenge, and an important point to remember is all new capital projects increases the asset base and therefore increases depreciation expense, increasing our challenge. The state government has recently acknowledged this impact of depreciation. However, it is vital that this aspect has to be considered when we're planning all projects. The financial statements are attached to the report, and there are various points of interest at this point in time. I will please ask the Chief, through the Chair, for the Chief CFO to talk through the various aspects, including the increase in debt, which has been forecast for years and is according to the 10-year financial strategy, as it has come to the point in time, which these reports are, in Council's CapEx program, where projects are progressing and borrowings were planned in the 10-year modelling to account for this. And through you, I just ask for the CFO to talk through the various points, please.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the opportunity to talk to the July monthly financial report, which, as you mentioned, is the very first report for this financial year. As always, as we go throughout the financial year, officers will continue to monitor and bring forward any phasing or other type of budget adjustments through their appropriate budget reviews. Touching on the point through you, Chair, regarding debt, on section 7 of the report, the investment and borrowing section, shows the drawdown of the $27.9 million related to the 24-25 borrowings program, and it also illustrates the annual debt service payment of $8.45 million that was made in July 25. Both of these timings are designed to minimise the interest expense to Council. Furthermore, as Councillor Boglari has outlined, the published 10-year financial strategy includes the long-term financial forecast, which provides that 10-year view of borrowings, and that is reviewed as part of the annual budget process and is published as part of the budget documents. Overall, for July monthly report, again being the first month of the year, if I refer to section 1, the executive summary, it does show that we have unfavourable status for a few of the key financial highlights. This is mainly driven by phasing for the annual financial assistance grant, whereby we had, in line with expectations at the time the budget was developed, we had materially phased the receipt of the annual financial assistance grant for this July. However, as we noted in the previous meeting, $2.6 million was paid ahead of time as a prepayment in June, and we were required to recognise the revenue in June 24-25 financial year. So this has then impacted the current revenue status for just the month of July, my apologies, and therefore has impacted the operating surplus position for July year to date. The other factors in the key highlights in the executive summary section 1, the capital works expenditure is slightly over budget for the month of July, and this would be a combination of works continuing from 24-25 financial year, and we do have the carryover budget review as a next agenda item, as well as the conservative phasing that we would always give for that first month in the year for the capital program, and that phasing can be seen in the capital works graph within the report as well. Lastly, the closing cash and cash equivalents, the unfavourable status there is again around that difficulties I've mentioned around estimating the actual timing of when cash flows will occur. So that's mainly driven by the timing of cash outflows to our suppliers, and you can actually see the corresponding side of that in the statement of financial position, which shows our current trade and other payables as being comparably lower, meaning that we hadn't expected the cash, we hadn't phased for the cash to go in that month, but it really is that estimated of our when we recognise the expenditure from an accounting perspective, but then when the invoices are finalised and go through the accounts payable process and then the bank transfer happens. So it is one that we continue to try and refine our cash flow forecasting, of course, but there's just usually some certain times in the year where that phasing is misaligned, and particularly within the first month of the year when we had loaded the budget and phased it in June. If I move to the key performance indicators, the asset sustainability ratio is less than the target of 60%. And again, this would be attributable to the mix of capital works delivered for the month of July, noting that this particular asset sustainability ratio is around the the replacement of infrastructure assets. So it does just come down to the mix of capital works that we've recognised for July. And I believe through you, Chair Councillor Bulgari, again, thank you for the opportunity to talk to the report, noting that it is the very first month of the financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 3, through you to our CFO, thank you, CFO. Page 8 of 14 of this month's reports, Statement of Financial Position continued. The very first graph on the top left, trade and other receivables. It caught my eye. In here, infringements, so obviously a very clean number because it's 1 month. Infringements, $2.791 million. So have we got that many naughty people in Redlands, or that's a cumulative number? It's a 1 month number. How does that work? That's a lot. I was really surprised at how high that number was.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you. Councillor Hughes, it is an interesting question, and that is the cumulative view of infringements that remain outstanding to be paid to council. So it's not just restricted to what we've issued in July, it's the cumulative effect of any infringements that are outstanding to council. So as we would know with any of our revenue streams, we would work with our customers to maximise that revenue, that cash return, for our debtors. We have various mechanisms in which we can do that, but also in the case of infringements, we can also partner with SPUR, which is the State Penalties Enforcement Registry.
Any other questions? Councillor Boglari, anything you'd like to say?
Oh, another point of interest might be on page 6 of 14, which is the 5 main capital investments done this month, and very happy to say they were predominantly all to do with essential infrastructure, which is great to see that getting ahead.
Excellent, thank you. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.2, which, as the CFO just said, the carryover budget review and amendment to the 25-26 register of fees. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, the carryover budget reviews are done every year. They are a requirement under the Local Government Act, is important to say. The main scope of this review is to identify those carryover budget items of capital projects that straddle the financial years. We've identified about $33.9 million in this area of budget review, funding envelope about $151.7 million, and that's considered sufficient to both absorb the carryovers and to commence this year's capital works accordingly. And important to note, all these capital projects are, as most business of council, is under constant review, looking for efficiencies within contracts and timing for deliverability and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.3, it's Landmark Light Up Priority Guideline. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just to acknowledge that there has been some technical issues with the lighting of that system, but we now have an opportunity to use a guideline to recommence community requests in accordance with what is prepared and what is being considered in this priority guideline. So I would just like to move that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any speakers against? Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to initially thank officers for the great work that they've done putting into this guideline. I know that they've worked for several months, and the end result here demonstrates just how complicated it is to find a balanced guideline which provides both a clear direction for the community so they understand what requests are supported, but also guidelines which support our officers. Unfortunately, despite all the time that's been invested in this, I don't think there's really clarity for either stakeholder with this guideline. It's not a criticism of officers, but it's a reflection of the sensitivity of some of these issues. One of the major issues which I have with this guideline is the vast number of contradictions that are in here. On page 2, it says that council will support one light up per month. Yet further down the page it says council reserves the right to change the calendar accepting more than one booking in a month. That doesn't provide any clarity at all. It also says in here that council will light up landmarks and key council assets for significant events or awareness campaigns. There's no clarity on what is significant. What is significant to some may not be significant at all to others, and it may even be insignificant. It's also not clear to me with the statement in here that council will not consider religious purposes or political advancement. I think that's opening a giant can of worms for our staff to try and manage. I suggest several of the most significant events, which we should acknowledge, fall into these categories. Would we not light our landmarks for Christmas because it's a religious purpose? I'm not sure. How about for Australia Day? That day has been highly politicised and may not fall into the category of political advancement. I don't know, but I don't want councillors to have to face the fallout of that decision. And that's one of the issues here. The guideline states quite clearly, council has the sole discretion to determine eligibility for light-ups and may refuse or may remove a light-up booking at any time for any purpose without prior notice. The guideline states council, but what it really means is council officers. Council officers will make the decisions, and councillors, we will be the ones left to deal with the fallout. More important than that, though, is the operational impact of adopting this guideline. Earlier on the agenda today, we had an item about a review to establish efficiencies and effectiveness of what the organisation does. Lighting up landmarks is completely unnecessary. It's not part of our core council business. It's not something the community looks to council to do. All that it does is burden our ratepayers with costs which are not required. We had a workshop last month where we looked at some of the costs associated with this. Each individual request, and we will be inundated with requests if we adopt this guideline, telling the community that they have an opportunity for us to signal whatever their cause may be. Every individual request will take at least an hour of the communications, engagement and tourism team's time for administration. Hours of maintenance work from the facilities team is required for every booking. Fees for a specialist contractor to program, configure, adjust timers and test any functions not preset within our controller. We've been advised the cost for each of those would be $500 at a minimum. Then there are the costs with our city operations team progressing a management plan for potential intermittent faults during inclement weather, as Councillor Bishop mentioned. We are aware of some issues there already.
30 seconds to go.
Noting this year's budget was highly contentious and every single one of us expressed concerns about council expenditure, I think it's inappropriate that we take on this burden, something that is not our core business, for the literal sake of virtue signalling. Make no mistake, that's what this is. Adopting this guideline will send a signal to the community that council isn't really serious about managing our operational costs and that we want to burden our residents with unnecessary expenditure. Please vote against this guideline.
Speakers for. Councillor Boglari.
I'll support the policy here today because I see it as economic development. If you go anywhere, and I was recently on holidays, I actually took photos of myself and hashtagged that area where I was with the lights of the city square behind me. Presently, there's trees at Wellington Point that get lit up at Christmas time with the red and green, and they were such a success over the last few years for attracting people down to the point. It was economic development. It was also community strengthening with the barbecues, and that happened under the trees. I do have a couple of questions, but I do believe a guideline can be changed without coming back to council. Is that correct, CEO? If we did have a question in there, because that seems to be Councillor Colley's concern. We can accept the guideline, but it can be modified. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the question. As this is a priority guideline, this is a decision of council.
It can't be changed otherwise, so...
Not by officers, as it's a priority guideline.
Okay.
If it's an operational guideline that is at an operational delegation,
that's
a different matter.
Okay, well, my concern wasn't great enough that I won't support it here today. Even recently I was sitting in with a group of traders and they were talking about the lighting that they've done on the trees in front of them in that period from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, I can't remember what they said now. Their actual turnover had increased by 12%. So lighting is a huge attractor, and it would also signify specific days for different groups and for our nation when we're doing that. So, yeah, I support it on economic development, tourism and social strengthening grounds.
Thank you. A speaker against? Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking against because it's not a policy, it's a guideline, just to add that correction in. Absolutely support what Councillor Boglari said, that outside of a lot of the Wellington Point restaurants and things like that, Cleveland, even down at Victoria Point, those trees are lit up with white light. It signifies a place to come and celebrate, but it's very neutral. It's not representing a particular event. If we look at Brisbane City Council, they will put up the lighting of the City Hall for Christmas, but I don't see them doing laser light shows for every single group that comes through council to fly their notional presence and send a message. I think we're sort of venturing down a rabbit hole here. And you could also go along the lines of discrimination as well. If you say to one party, yes, we're going to go and light up the lighthouse for you, but no, we're not going to do it for somebody else, you're actually going to create community tension. Our job is not to represent different groups across the city for their causes. Our role is to deliver value for rates and to maintain assets. We're actually going to create extra work by implementing this at an unnecessary cost at a time when we're trying to find efficiencies and savings. Christmas time, that was mentioned before about the pine trees being lit up. I think that's perfectly appropriate for that particular time. They're a pine tree, they look like a Christmas tree, so of course they're going to be lit up at Christmas. And I think every division could have that across the area in some respect at a significant time, say Christmas. But you can have an extreme, and that's what I'm saying. Like if you have an ideology that comes forward and says, we want to light up that building with the colours of Hamas, where do you say no? Because there's a big movement at the moment to support the Palestinian people. Do we risk offending the Jewish population in the community? Because then we've got to say no to them or yes to them, and that's how serious it can blow out. So we need to be very mindful of what our services are. It's a romantic notion, it's a romantic guideline, but you're putting this responsibility into the hands of the maintenance guys to set this up. They'll cop the first flak, right? And then the fallout will come back to us as councillors. I think you need to be very, very careful. If you wanted to have a music event or something like that, and to use an example, Maitland Shire Council or City Council, they'll have artist things on the side of a building, say on the council building, but it'll be representative of a music festival, and it's not political, it's not group motivated, it's not, it doesn't sort of placate to a particular party. So we need to be very, very mindful how we, approach these things from a cost aspect and also a divisive aspect. So I can't support this policy as it stands now. Thank you.
Speaker 4, Councillor Mitchell.
Well, I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill, councillors, to think that the world is going to end because council landmarks, which there is one at the lighthouse, is going to be lit up under the careful supervision of council officers assessing it, and of course councillors. So, and yeah, I certainly acknowledge there's an operational cost. There's an operational cost to everything, but this is minimal, and it should reduce over time with efficiencies in the process and with technology, and indeed with the different lighting that's coming on now, much more energy efficient, etc. I've every faith that officers will set the bar high, because there are some individuals or groups out there that would try and take advantage of anything. But that's par for the course, and I've got every faith that that should be appropriately managed. And you know what, if it's not, we review it again. But I don't think we should be so mean-spirited and so fearful of a bit of lighting or the odd application that we deny the really obvious benefits to some of those national groups and things that are so obviously worth celebrating through lighting up of our landmarks. But to deny that because of fear that someone might upset us or try and take advantage, we'll let them and we'll manage that. But let's not deny the really good things that come out from lighting policies and being able to light up landmarks.
Speaker against? We've exhausted. Any questions? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to, not sure which team member, how much does it cost to light up the lighthouse per event? And would we be installing new remote feature lighting systems if we weren't lighting the lighthouse up for these events?
I turned it off. Group Manager, Communication, Events and Tourism, Morgana Pryor, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Mackenzie. There is no additional cost for us to do these light-ups. They're managed through our BAU resourcing. So we have been managing light-ups in the CET team for several years. There is hours that get dedicated to it. Our facilities team have advised that it would take them about a couple of hours per light-up, which is one of the reasons why we have aimed to restrict to one per month.
Sorry, can I just interject? My question wasn't how much extra it costs. I asked how much it does cost, because we're saying that it's BAU, but there's an argument being made that it shouldn't be BAU, that this is not core business of council. So how much does it cost to do it?
Costs a couple of hours of a facility services unit team member per month. I'm not 100% sure of their hourly rate. And we think it'll take our team an hour or so per approved request. I note that the advice provided did say all requests, but it would be a process of about an hour per week for us to go through them and unapprove or approve them. So,
thank you.
And the second part, would we be installing new remote lighting if we weren't doing it?
The lighting system was already installed. So it was installed by council under a councillor infrastructure program in 2021, and there were technical issues which they've been repaired as a part of just general business. And our team in operations have said for this feature lighting, we'll make sure there's a standard maintenance program going forward. There are no other buildings or assets currently in council's portfolio that have that same remote feature lighting capability.
Thank you. Are you still going?
Sorry, yes. A point of clarification, because the report says in the future where council installs new remote feature lighting systems.
Mm-hmm.
So would we be installing those new remote feature lighting systems at a cost to ratepayers if we weren't lighting up the lighthouse? It's feature lighting, would we?
So Mayor, through you to the councillor.
Thank you.
The feature lighting was installed as a part of council's infrastructure program at a councillor's request. I don't know which other councillors might choose to have this installed. Council has no program about installing remote feature lighting for the future.
Thank you. And I believe if you stay there, that looks like there might be some more questions directed to you. Councillor Mitchell and then Boglari and then Golay. Did you have your hand up before, Councillor Mitchell?
No, sorry, Mayor. It was to say that the lights at the lighthouse were actually had been requested by the community for a number of years through normal processes, but it was through council's SIP program that I was able to authorise as councillor. And can I say, been hugely successful and appreciated, generally as lighting, regardless of whether it's a tribute lighting of any sort. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari?
I was just going to ask, Morgana, you've got a pretty wide knowledge of placemaking and everything around SEQ. So with lighting, is there any economic, known facts about the benefits?
Again, through you, Mayor, to councillor, we don't have a measurable benefit that we can point to, but we do know that this is becoming really standard and common practice. Throughout SEQ, our neighbours, Logan, Brisbane City Council, Moreton Bay, they all have policies around light-ups. We have quite significant light-ups that happen in Brisbane that get quite great national coverage in terms of news, but for us, we wouldn't be expecting that out here. But certainly we do note that people like to go down to Cleveland Point when the light-ups are announced to go and check them out.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golay.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I guess it comes down to right now we're focusing on the Cleveland Lighthouse because it doesn't seem that there is across the city the installation of the lightings and the electricity and the fixtures and everything to say light up the Victoria Point Library, for example. So I think this is what we're driving at, is that cost. Councillor Mitchell mentioned his SIP program being used to do that lighting. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Mitchell, do you know how much that was costed at through SIP? Was it like 40,000 to install the lights? 30,000?
Through you, Chair. Don't remember the exact total, no, but it must have been under $100,000 because that's all we have. And just as a general comment, Councillor, that's not what we're talking about here. This is one small piece of lighting that already existed. Doesn't mean that anything's going to happen in the future. I think bring it back to the report.
So the guideline, Councillor Golly, the guideline's about what's existing at the moment and.
So it's only for Cleveland Point.
Yep.
So if I wanted lights, Mayor, down in Vicky Point or Thornlands, I couldn't have it because.
Well, there's no capacity for that, Councillor Golly.
Well,
the capacity exists at Cleveland Lighthouse.
So all we're doing is putting a policy together and debating it for something that's already installed, that's already underway, and it's been brought to us as a policy and a guideline. I thought this was going to cover off on the entire city.
It does.
As a policy.
Point of order, Mayor. So where it's a point of order, point of clarification.
Councillor Mackenzie.
The guideline clearly states using feature lighting to emphasise key landmarks and council assets. While it may only apply at the moment to the lighthouse, as the report says, where future lighting is added, they'll be incorporated into the guideline. So it might just apply to the lighthouse now, but if we install feature lighting, I don't know, on a tree somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's a bit naive, Mayor, just to think that it's just an hour of time from an officer. No, there's more than that. There's electricity installation, maintenance, there's ongoing costs to replace, etc. And then, you know, if I come along and say, hey, can I have something as well down in Vicky Point, it's got to be brought back for a modification by the looks of it through a policy that says it's citywide, but it's actually not citywide, it's Cleveland-centric.
Well, I think the wording, just Councillor Golly, the wording of the guideline is there. So if you have a question, otherwise, could you put it? Otherwise, I guess it's all pie in the sky.
Well, I guess the question is this a citywide policy or is it just the Cleveland Lighthouse policy?
Yes, it's a citywide policy.
But we're not.
But there's only the Cleveland Lighthouse with the capacity to do it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. To suggest that it's not, that it's just an hour's time, you know, nothing much to see here. We've just had Councillor Mitchell say, oh, could be anywhere from $0 to $100,000 based on my SIP. So how...
Again, do you have a question? Is that...
Well, can we actually get a true cost of what it would cost and what would it actually be?
I think that's been asked and answered.
It hasn't.
The actual cost, the facility that's in place now is the Cleveland Lighthouse, and jump in, Morgana, if I'm not on point here. And the cost in relation to that has been outlined as best as possible by the group manager.
So an hour's time, that's it.
And a couple of hours time a month for the facility services unit to make sure the lights turn on, turn off, and an hour from CET to... The electricity is already included in the cost. The lighthouse is lit up in default to white, so it is always being paid for.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much. So I'd just like to say something. I'm very appreciative of the time taken to go over this. I know there's obviously some very strong views in this. If you take a trip down to Cleveland Point on a night when it is lit up, you'll understand the draw card that it is for visitors and locals. There are people there taking photos. There are people there on days like Police Remembrance Day, or I think it was lit up for cancer awareness for a particular event. These are community togetherness kind of situations where people are out together enjoying that space. If we're talking about tourism attraction, that is one of the features that draws people to that area. There are, I believe, as Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Boglari outlined, economic benefits to having this. We are not unusual. Story Bridge is lit up many, many times throughout the year for a range of different occasions and days of acknowledgement, as is City Hall, different occasions as well, and they are huge draw cards. As we've heard, the cost is nominal. There are many other things that are being spent, money's being spent on far greater than this, small and nominal fee. So from my perspective, I support the motion to have this guideline. So Councillor Colley.
I have a question through you to the Group Manager for CET. Sorry, Morgana, I just saw that you sat down. Is the lighthouse lit up already every night? That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, yes, the lighthouse is lit up in white as a standard.
So it may not be entirely accurate to suggest that lighting it up would attract additional visitors, because it is always lit up for people to go and take photos anyway of the landmark with the lighting.
From anecdotal feedback is that when we promote a cause as to that something is being lit up for, people of who that's of interest for will go down there and will be taking photos. We'll be using that as a way to mark if it's important to them. That's anecdotally what I've seen and heard.
Okay, no worries, thanks.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bishop, do you have anything to sum up to say?
An illuminating discussion. Time taken might outnumber the amount of hours that the officers will have, but I think this policy should save money and save time for officers, that they've got a policy that they can make decisions about, and that will actually give certainty. I think it's absolutely appropriate that it's not for political, commercial, individual or religious purposes. I think that makes it very clear. And it's just about placemaking. I went to Brisbane City recently myself and I was absolutely astounded at how much, the single biggest feature was light everywhere. We've only got a couple of places. This is simply a guideline. I think it's a really good thing that we have some clarity. And if there are changes that are needed, councillors, please bring your suggestions back and I'm sure we can guide officers a little further. But this is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Hughes, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Golle, Councillor Colley, Councillor Mackenzie? Yes, 3. So the motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 13.4, which is the flag protocol policy. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, that it's in the report that we have 5 flags flying out the front, and they'll be the 5 flags that we will continue to fly without any deviation from that. Thank you.
Speakers against? Just speakers against? No. So yes, we can move to questions. Councillor Boglari.
I'm just concerned with the way it's written that there will be no flags, any other flag. And I looked on, because I know Brisbane City Council does, and I tried to find on their website what their flag policy is. And I just wanted to check with officers, do we know how Brisbane City Council does it? And is this totally preventing any other flag from being flown?
Thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the question. Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we didn't check Brisbane. We checked the Australian and Queensland flag protocol. And to answer your second part of the question, the 5 flags that are up are the 5 flags that will be flown at all times.
Right, thank you.
I think that the flags are actually listed in the policy. So we did no other benchmarking with any other councils.
Correct. We looked at as I said, the Queensland and the national flag protocol and kept to that.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Would you like to sum up, Councillor Mackenzie?
No, thank you.
All right, so I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop. And those against? Councillor Boglari and myself. Motion is carried. We now move on to agenda item number 13.5, which is the acceptable requests priority guideline. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just to state that we are required to have an acceptable request priority acceptable request guideline or policy as per the Local Government Act, which outlines how councillors communicate with the organisation, understanding that under the Local Government Act we cannot direct council officers to do anything, so there has to be an acceptable request way to get information, advice or ask for things.
Thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at the comparison and the changes that are now being brought into the policy as a permanent fixture, it's very disappointing that we've come to the point where what we hoped would be temporary measures are becoming permanent measures of the way that we are allowed to interact with the various departments and so on. I personally find the changes that we've had to do difficult from an information management perspective and keeping across everything. And whilst I understand the reasons for it and the need for it, I'm personally very disappointed that we've had to come to this. Thank you.
Speaker 4. Any questions? Sorry, was that? Did you have a question? No? All right. Questions? Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes, through you to the CEO. Can we just have clarification for our officers that this guideline applies to us? So it's about us going to directly to, possibly junior officers seeking information, etc. But if a council officer or a service manager wanted to come and speak to me about, they saw me and said, oh, have you got 5 minutes to give you a quick update on this planning matter? Do they have to then go through their general manager to come down because they've seen me and gone, oh, have you got 5 minutes? Does that make sense?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, for the question. As councillors, you were in the community, and as our officers are also in the community, they may approach you as a resident. So that could be a scenario. If you're referring to a work matter, we do have our customer request process that normal business as usual will go through, when you can liaise with officers as part of that process. We also have requests for information that councillors will ask for, and that goes through this protocol and acceptable request guidelines. What we want to make sure is that we have a single source of truth and information for you so that you have accurate information at all times. If an officer has a particular matter that they want to raise with a councillor, there are a variety of different means that they can do that through. And yes, they can approach you. However, we would want to make sure that they're approaching you with the awareness and endorsement of their management stream to make sure that the information is appropriate, and whether or not it needs to go to all councillors is another consideration. So we will take it by case to ensure that we can be effective and efficient. But majority of the requests that will go through will be through customer requests for officers, and officers will be providing information proactively where they think councillors, in a particular divisional matter, will need to be updated.
Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, I think it's really important to acknowledge that we as councillors are all effectively equal, and that information should flow in a manner that is as equitable and open and transparent for all of us, where relevant, as possible. So that corridor chats are probably not the optimal, and I think that was the CEO's response. And I was using colloquial term there, but I think it's important to note that this is about the appropriate manner in which communication should be conducted. It's actually no real change from the way that I've always done things, but I think it's just making it clearer, and I think hopefully it will be clearer for officers, and all that information necessary will be shared. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, through you, and to address Councillor's question. We won't be preventing staff from speaking with councillors, so please don't think that will be the scenario at all. We are a very collegiate organisation, and we do want to make sure information flow is effective. We just want to make sure that we're efficient as well.
Yeah, and I suppose my further request would be that the relevant information that's relevant to all of us would come through that process, the appropriate channels. That's the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Mackenzie, back to you. Anything further you want to say? No? All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendalls, Mackenzie, Hughes, Golly, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Tolty. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 13.6. Councillor briefing sessions and workshops, non-statutory meetings priority guideline. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Boglari, I think, was first. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officers who have put this guideline together for us. Although our workshops and our briefing sessions aren't formal decision-making forums, they're extremely important forums for us as councillors to be informed and to ask questions of operational matters, including the implementation of previous decisions of council, everyday council operations, and matters likely to be raised or requiring decisions at future council meetings. In order to ensure that our workshops do function as efficiently and as effectively as possible, it's important that there are appropriate guidelines in place. I think that these guidelines find a nice balance between managing ourselves and also facilitating officers, and respecting that when these workshop agendas are put together, there is a lot of time that officers invest in putting material together and answering questions for us. So it really is important that we have these guidelines in place, and I'd like to thank the officers, and it involves everybody in the organisation, everybody who brings a matter to a council workshop or a briefing session does put in that time and effort, so I think that's worth acknowledging. I wanted to highlight a couple of things in this guideline which I think are really important for us all to be aware of, and it's really important that the community knows that these measures are in these guidelines so that we are accountable to the community for what we do with our time. So the guideline requests attendance at briefing sessions and workshops to occur in person to the extent possible. Quite a simple request, but in respect of the time that does go into these, I think that's highly important. When unable to attend in person, and of course we all have instances where we are unable to be in the room, we're encouraged through this guideline that virtual attendance should be done with a camera on. Again, a simple request, and one which is really implemented at every other organisation, and certainly something that council officers do. So perfectly reasonable that councillors show the same level of respect to our officers who do invest their time in these sessions. It also highlights in the guideline the availability of workshop recordings for councillors to listen back if we're unable to attend live. There's no requirement for us to view these, but they are available on request through the Office of the CEO. And my view is that it's an absolute minimum that we need to keep up to date with these sessions, whether that be in person, virtually, or via going back to watch the recordings when we do miss them in live time. Something else that I'm very pleased to see in here, and something that I've been championing for a while, is the accountability and transparency for our community to see what is discussed in these workshops, but also the thing that I'm most pleased to see here is that attendance of these sessions will be recorded for the community to see who is attending these sessions. They'll be the attendance will be recorded by each agenda item and listed as who has attended in person, who has attended virtually, and who is absent from the session. Our community elects us to be here, to be present, and to represent them. So I'm pleased that we now have this added layer of transparency and accountability for the community to see that we are investing and meaningfully engaging in what is important for council.
Speakers against? Any questions? Clarification, Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, just acknowledging, I don't believe we'll be recording what the subject is that we'll be discussing in each of these instances. I should just get clarification on that, because I think that was suggested, but I'm not sure that that's the case.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor Bishop, if you're referring to the attendance sheet that we're going to publish on the web, is that what you mean?
Well, it was referred to that what we'll be discussing will be mentioned.
So they'll be listed as session numbers, so we won't say what the topic is because there'll be confidential items in some of those topics.
And the other comment I would make is that as we are elected into office, the undertaking for each of us is to uphold and do our best, and the requirement to be as fully informed as necessary is up to each individual, and this is above and beyond that. And while something that is sought after, councillors do get to choose the degree to which they choose to engage with this, and it's a notable attempt to make transparent something that really, ultimately, it's how we turn up and how we decide, and the community get to decide on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm proposing a very minor edit, if that is permissible. On page 3 of 5 of the guideline, where we talk about, well, it starts on page 2, quite frankly, as councillors, if a councillor cannot attend or is running late or is required to leave a workshop, it is requested that they notify the Mayor and the CEO at some stage. The background to this is I've found, well, if we shouldn't need any of these rules as adults, but I've personally noticed a bit of a slip in our standards of timeliness, arriving for workshops and other meetings. And I'm just wondering if requested actually reflects what we expect as a group. I would suggest that it is expected that a council would notify the Mayor and the CEO ahead of time. I don't think that changes the intent. My view is it's beyond a request to, it is expected. And I think that's one of the most basic courtesies that we offer to the group as just adults, but beyond that, as councillors, to the organisation and the community. So one, is it allowed if it was that minor edit? And secondly, would it have any support from councillors?
Group Manager of Governance.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Mitchell, during the workshop we did have a stronger word in there, and it was the feeling of the council at the time to change it back to request. So it was the group's decision at the time.
Through the Chair, not the first time today that things that have been discussed over hours in workshops have been brought forward. So it's a minor matter, but again, if that's confirmed by councillors, I'm happy to respect that decision. My view is it is expected, but that is a personal view.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just to go back to Councillor Bishop's question previously. So whilst the attendance sheet will list the session numbers, we do say in here that the agendas will also be published on the website, and the agendas do have the nature of what the workshop topic is, but they don't give any more detail than really is what's in the confidential agendas that we publish. So it will be up on the agenda, but not in any great detail.
Actually, I just have a quick question. What's going to be published is the actual attendance sheet?
That is correct.
Excellent. All right.
And the agenda.
Excellent. Good. Okay. So the actual one that we sign will be the one that's visible?
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Through you and possibly to either governance or legal. Can I just have some clarification on a confirmation on Councillor Bishop's comments that it's up to us to choose to attend? Whereas my understanding is it's listed in the guideline that it's actually under the Councillor Code of Conduct that councillors attend all. All means all, not just what you choose to attend to.
Through you, Chair, correct. Under the Queensland Code of Conduct for Councillors, clause 1.1 says attend and participate meaningfully in all local government meetings, committee meetings, informal meetings, relevant workshops and training opportunities to assist them in fulfilling their roles.
Next, sorry, now I'm going. Councillor Boglari.
Yeah, I've found for the last 17 years, if you miss one, you miss out on a lot of information. So, yeah, I think it's imperative that we always attend. But as life happens, we do get sick, or we might have a holiday and a workshop is sprung up while we're away. So I'd like to actually thank the CEO. This is a lot greater transparency for the community, which I appreciate, but I appreciate that the workshops are now actually filmed. And especially because when you're away, you don't miss out on that valuable information. So I think it's a great step for helping councillors when we're sick or whatever, being able to catch up. So thank you.
Any other questions? Excellent. I agree. I'm very happy that they are now filmed as well. And I'm happy to hear that it'll be the actual attendance sheets that will be published. And attendance record keeping is obviously very important, making sure that's accurate. I now throw back to Councillor Colley. Did you want to speak any more further on the motion?
Yeah, I'll just quickly sum up. Thank you, Chair. Since I've been elected last year, I've been quite disappointed with the level of engagement from this cohort collectively. So I'm pleased to see this. It does come as recommendations from the Department of Local Government, and I'm pleased to see now that this layer of transparency and accountability is there for the public to see, not just for us and council officers to be in the room and be aware of what goes on in these sessions. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Those in favour? In favour, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, and it's carried unanimously. Move to agenda item number 13.7, making amending subordinate local law number 1, subordinate local law number 1.9, operation of cemeteries, 2025. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Hughes, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the work that our cemeteries team do. I think for any of us that have had personal dealings with Loranda and our team, it is deeply emotional. And what's really interesting here is that we have gone out to community consultation regarding our cemeteries. We had 47 visitors to our page when we went to community consultation. Of the 47 visitors to the page, there was no comments or feedback received. And I think that's testament to the team that we have managing our cemeteries. And I'm really thankful for them, as I mentioned, and thankful for the community. 47 groups or people or businesses that did touch base that really were happy, because otherwise we would be hearing about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the councillors and as feedback to the officers, I just wanted to note the exceptional work that Loranda does in that space. Highly professional, absolutely, brilliant to deal with. So if we can pass that through from the CEO through to the officer. Oh, I'm sorry. Well done, Loranda. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, CEO.
Fabulous, Loranda, and also Krista. Great job. Thank you.
I think the round of applause summed that up perfectly. Yes. Thank you. I think I would just echo on the previous agenda item, and again note similarly 47 visitors to the page, and again no comments or feedback were received by council. So thank you again to the team of obviously just hitting the right spot of every emotion that can be found for families at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just comment too, having not too long ago gone out. I just want to thank the team very much as well. The level of community engagement and the empathy and the humility that you display in dealing with very difficult issues and people dealing with high emotion is extraordinary. And I think that I saw that firsthand moving around and seeing the engagement, and I want to thank you for everything that you do. Anything further, Councillor Hughes? All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Agenda item number 13.9, Community Consultation Subordinate Local Law number 5, Parking, 2015. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Mitchell?
Thank you. Happy to move the officer's recommendation because it's so important that we get out to the community to have their say on this proposal. Parking and our Cleveland Town Centre, of course, is always a hot button topic. So there will be significant public interest around this, even though the matter before us is with the Haven shopping centres having requested council to consider regulation of that private land. It's not the only private land that's regulated around the city. We have some arrangements already with Sealink and Redlands Investment Corporation. It's just a matter of making sure that it's the right sorts of regulation and the community has their say. So in that way, it's a narrow focus before us, just to say let's move forward with community consultation. I have some questions for officers that I'd happy to just continue with or allow for some for and against to continue, Madam Mayor. Yep, thank you. First question, it talks about the regulated parking agreement that's been received from the Haven Group, the owner of the land involved. Is the agreement that is spoken to in the report just related to the geographic area today? Or does it go beyond that to any further processes or time allocated or proposed regulations? And what's the extent of the agreement?
Good afternoon, councillors. So the extent of the agreement is basically it's a written application to council, which Haven Group are able to do under the regulations. So essentially, it's for regulated signage within those sites that are identified in the report, and I think the detail around the regulated hours are still to be determined. Yep.
Thank you. So follow-up question then. In the 21 days, so that means the community will be able to provide feedback not only on do they want this land included, but also on what sort of regulation perhaps the community would like to see or not see?
Yeah, I think it's very open. So basically the consultation is about the appropriateness of, I guess, having the regulated parking in the first place, but also any submissions that would go to how it is regulated as far as timing would be relevant in my view.
Thank you.
If I may,
further question. While it's beyond the scope of this, there have been recently, council's done great work sending out the active transport draft strategy, the Cleveland Local Area Transport Plan, and this proposed regulated area sits neatly within that. Is there an opportunity within the engagement, as long as we separate the questions, to offer any additional questions around broader parking and access arrangements?
If I may, through you, Mayor. So just for point of clarity, so the community consultation that's being suggested for this amendment to this local law is very narrow, and the intention was it was informed level consultation as opposed to consult level. So we weren't actually seeking feedback from the public in relation to this change. The reason being we don't want to set a false expectation that if the public comes back and says, you know, we don't believe that this area should be regulated, that's not within council's power to change because it's the private property owner that's determined that. What's before us is, do we want to basically undertake that compliance? And if we do, that's why we make the amendment to this local law. And given that the MOU's been entered into, there's been a decision there to say we will do this work. So whilst we're not encouraging feedback, Councillor Mitchell, if we were to receive some, we would certainly be including that in the next report that comes to council, and we'd be sharing that with Graham's team to share with the property owner. But we aren't going out seeking submissions or feedback.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll take that as an official no, but yes, I think this will trigger a further interest. So having a capacity to accept that additional information, which we will, is welcome. No, thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go back to that with Speaker for. So Speaker against. All right, we're moving into Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. It's strange to speak against going out to public consultation because obviously we support the public consultation, but I am concerned that this is what's colloquially called a Woolies car park, and obviously we always talk about and think about precedent, and you know, I'm at Alex Hills at the local Woolies far too jolly often, and you know, for a lot of public car parks, the sign is there, if you park here too long we will tow your vehicle, understanding that revenue is to go to council if this does come into play, but I do and am concerned regarding the knock-on effect that this could have to other shopping centres or similar, that council gets these requests, and once you say yes to one, it'll be very difficult to say yes to and no to the others.
Speaker for. We'll move to questions. Councillor Mackenzie and then Councillor Toffey.
Thank you. Through you. Graham, could you just confirm that this is not new? We've had these arrangements before with private landowners?
Yeah, so it's not new. So the capability sits with council to make decisions as to whether a site can be included or not included as part of our regulations. So, so that's entirely within our power to make that decision. So, you know, historically, some parts of what we're talking about have been regulated previously in Cleveland, so it's certainly not new in Cleveland for those locations.
And can you clarify that us undertaking this compliance on behalf of a private property owner is not coming at a cost to ratepayers?
No, it's not coming at a cost to ratepayers.
Councillor Tolty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wondered also if the officer could provide a little bit of information for the record on the way that the timing limitations are set for, given that this is a request from the shopping centre. Are they the ones that decide on the parking limitations time-wise, or is that something council has chosen?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question, councillor. So the determination of timing is generally from the property owner, but any feedback that we will receive through informed consultation or any feedback we will certainly pass on to Havens Group in the situation to consider.
Any other questions? Councillor Mitchell, would you like to sum up?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, councillors. I think there will be great interest around this, and it's just important that we did have those discussions. Well, I'm never excited about parking regulation or changes. It is really, really important for the town centre. So what I see as the opportunity that will come from this engagement is it further raises the awareness, so that feedback will come basically on this specific area. But without getting too off topic, it will inform and be informed by those other strategies, those Cleveland local area transport plans, and that inherent engagement with business and community as that draft comes back to us as a proper plan. So I really look forward to these additional inputs really enhancing that, and there will be further opportunities to engage with the community.
Thank you. And now...
Sorry, I was just excited because on page 145, under the definition of vehicles, a horse-drawn vehicle constructed fitted to equip carriage of goods is still allowed. And I like that heritage point.
Lucky for us.
Yes.
So,
Good for Julie.
There are no deposits taken from the other end.
I now put the motion. Those in favour? So that is Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Guy, Hewlett, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley and myself. Those against? Councillor Rendles, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bishop. The motion's carried. Agenda item number 13.10, Operational Plan Quarterly Performance Report, April till June 2025, Quarter 4. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Boglari and a seconder. You're out, yep. Councillor Hewlett. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the...
I'm a bit honoured that I get the chance to speak to this one. Usually most councillors have their hands up because it's such a celebration usually of everything the officers have managed to do. And if the community want to actually see the work that council does, because it's so extensive, this is it's a great, list, and it also shows where they're at with all the projects which have actually come filtered down, of course, through the corporate plan. And I'd like to congratulate the officers because they're in a lot of the cases are doing extremely well, given the fact that we've had extensive wet weather, and yet they're still achieving in many of these areas as well. So yeah, it's a good read. It's very informative.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Mackenzie.
They're not mine. I'm just going to do them on behalf of Councillor Hughes while she's just ducked out of the room. She wanted just an update on the new fibre optic network. Just the offering capacity to improve services for local businesses.
Councillor General Counsel.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, the fibre optic network is operating. We have gone out to market, but we haven't contracted with a commercial provider at this time.
Okay. Commence redevelopment of council's corporate website. I think we got an update from that in the workshop a couple of days ago. Finalise the Capalaba District Local Area Transport Plan. Additional transport modelling. Kind of an update regarding the bus terminal and state input to the marking, particularly with reference to the proposed and long-awaited metro being extended to Capalaba.
If I may, Brooke, I received some information on this one from Brooke's team. So what they've replied back for Councillor Hughes is, with the proposed metro extension to Capalaba, they've noted Brisbane City Council, in conjunction with the state government, is undertaking a rapid business case which will confirm the alignment, depot locations, network improvements and delivery phase for the new metro routes ahead of Brisbane 2032. Council has no further details on the bus terminal. Further details of the metro can be made available, and they'll send through a link for Councillor Hughes and other councillors if you'd like for that one. State input into parking. They've said it's unclear what information Councillor Hughes was seeking, but if it's relating to parking, they've said parking is provided as part of the Capalaba Town Centre Revitalisation Project, which is being delivered by RIC. They were unaware of any proposals by the state government to change the park and ride facility on Moreton Bay Road. And with the additional transport modelling, this was undertaken to inform the preparation of the local area transport plan relating to growth in all trips anticipated by 2046. The potential metro extension to Capalaba was one of the several factors considered in that transport modelling.
Thank you. And the last question that both of us had was just regarding the MacArthur Street land on an update. It seems to be kind of ongoing, the activation, and I know that we're still waiting for some zoning changes, I believe.
That is correct. So the action for the 24-25 year was to amend the zoning to facilitate the long-term plan. That is currently sitting with City Planning and Assessment to process through a planning scheme amendment. So it's still sitting with CPNA.
Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. A question, I'm not sure who it's to, but to the relevant officer through you. I note that in this report there's several activities for Q4 which were not closed out as being complete, and the report here states that the activity is included in the operational plan 25-26. I was just wondering if you could provide some clarity around the impact that activities that weren't closed out in the prior financial year, the impact that has on the deliverability, if any, of projects which are in the operational plan, or obviously they've been included in this year, but do those carryovers impact the deliverability for the remainder of the operational plan?
Through you, Mayor, I can answer that one, I think, Councillor Colley. So I'd looked at this myself in terms of just doing a bit of a reconciliation on those ones that weren't marked as complete. And there's three that I've taken a note of here, which are probably a good indicator. So key indicator 1.2.1, A and B, if I don't have a page number because I'm just going off my handwritten notes, but 1.2.1A is about commencing the redevelopment of Council's corporate website. Technically, we've met that indicator because we've obviously commenced the redevelopment of Council's corporate website. We know that we're about to go live on the 28th or 9th, McGarner's not here, but 28th or 29th of August. So yes, we're going live in the new financial year, but the actual operational plan initiative or key indicator was worded such that it was just about commencing it. Technically, we would have met that very early on in the financial year. It's a really good example where officers are always very honest in saying that, the intention of it was to deliver the new website, but by the, legal interpretation of those words, we commenced it early on in the year, and we could have marked that complete really early on, but we've actually provided a comment there at Q4 that says that we're about 60% complete. It's well underway to go live. It's just one example where technically it's complete, but we've not actually marked it complete, if that makes sense. Number B, so key indicator 1.2.1B, is another example. So that was about exploring options for digitisation of the current print publications. That's well underway. So again, explore these as opposed to implement and deliver. So absolutely, the team have been exploring it. They've been reporting on this for you over each quarter of the year. At Q4, they've said they're 75% complete. I mean, technically, this will become business as usual and ongoing. So they're two really good examples where the team, just because they're, trying to be as transparent with councillors as possible, they're saying that it's still ongoing, but by the actual letters of the words that were there in the initial operating plan initiative, they've actually met those, and they would have met them a long time ago in the calendar year. Another one that I had, just to close out the three that I took a note of, was key indicator 3.3.1A, which was about progressing council's response to the native title claim. Absolutely, we have done that. We've progressed our response to the native title claim and our interests in accordance with the federal court rules and model litigant procedures. That has absolutely been done. But again, because the hearing's not until a bit later on, we've left it open, but it's another one that we could have closed out. So I haven't answered every single one of them, but just to give you an idea, I don't think it puts us behind the 8 ball, or it's going to incur additional cost or cause challenges into the new calendar year that we're in. I think those three examples are really good ones to say, actually, that work was well done and completed in the year according to what we actually wrote as being the initiatives. It's just that we haven't formally delivered the website, or we haven't, embedded every example of those digitisation of print publications. I hope that explains the logic.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm pleased that you shared the examples that you did, because I've got a couple of others that you didn't mention. So and this is, I guess, more for the public, but I wanted to talk. One of them is Catalyst Project 2.1.1A, which is about finalising the assessment of the EPBC approval for Heinemann Road, and the other one is our ILUA obligations with the land use agreement, which is key indicator 3.1.1B. And in both of those examples, there are external parties who we are reliant upon to meet our obligations and to close that out. So would you mind just maybe talking a little bit about that, about council? We do everything that we can, but sometimes we need another party to work at the same pace, or maybe contribute equally for us to be able to close some of those out.
Through you again, Mayor, I think you've said it quite eloquently yourself, Councillor Colley, so I'd really just, confirm with what you've just said. And I may just refer to Tony on the ILUA comment, but yes, absolutely. We are, we are one party of a couple of parties who are involved in that matter, and we've absolutely met our obligations and what we need to be doing. But that's an example, you're right, where we require third party to be aligned and delivering with us. So, and I'll just put Dan on notice to have a comment about the Heinemann Road one. I just can't speak to that one myself. So through you, Mayor, if that's okay, I'll just refer to Tony in case you want to add anything to that one, Tony.
Thank you, Amanda. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Colley. Yes, we do have a two-way deal with Kayak. Kayak over the last couple of years have gone through a lot of management changes and restructures. So getting some of those issues back on track has been somewhat problematic due to the high turnover of staff. One of the other issues in the ILUA is to do with a reserve, which is part and parcel of the state government as well. So we're caught up in a three-way situation with that as well, which we still make regular contact with CIAC to arrange meetings with regard to that, but the continuity with their management has meant that we haven't achieved what we wanted to achieve.
With regards to Hyndman Road 2 Council, there's obviously a notice of motion on the agenda today. We are working through the process in the preliminary documentation phase with the federal government. There is no legislative time frame on when that decision needs to be made. So we are having ongoing discussions and negotiations with the federal government in that space.
Any other questions? Councillor Rendels.
Thank you, and well done on pulling this together. It's always a major job trying to provide a summary of the diversity of activities that Council undertakes. I bring your attention to page 46 of the Operational Plan Performance Report Quarter 4, which is on page 213 of your diligence boards. Catalyst Project 5.2 Southern Moreton Bay Islands Infrastructure. Consolidate existing plans and strategies to develop a roadmap to improve infrastructure on the islands. I think we've done that. I think, you know, landing on my desk was a pile of reports and documents of different things that Council's done over time. That was good. That we've had numerous members of Council Planning, Traffic, Compliance come out and have a look at the islands to get familiar with it. We've engaged closely around activation programs for parks, paths, trails. You know, we've considered issues like Caragara, we've considered issues like sawmills. So I think in terms of consolidate existing plans and strategies, we've done, and we've actually moved to get the basis of a roadmap. Where I have a problem is in A, which is the subsection under it, where we say, undertake a strategic planning for future land use and community development scenarios for the Simbis to inform medium to long-term infrastructure requirements, including community engagement and development of a medium to long-term development vision. I'm not sure what the intent here, but my lay reading of this, and I expect the lay reading of any Simbi resident of this, is that Council's actually been doing some strategic planning and that they've got a vision. And I think we've got the basis, we've got the foundations to move forward. So I think that either perhaps that could benefit from a little bit of commentary by way of explanation, or it could have a little bit of change in the text, because I've been banging on about this every operational report, saying where is this plan that's being done, and in fact there isn't a planning of future land use that's been done. We've got the foundations to do one, and I think that putting it out as is just going to create a whole lot of expectation in the community.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? All right, I hand back to Councillor Mitchell.
Sorry, yeah, I just taking the opportunity to call out this city's, on page 211, and active transport investment. We're really tracking beautifully there at 100%, but just take the opportunity today to, at the recent and first Queensland Active Travel Forum with LGAQ, I hadn't realised, and I'm really proud, that this city is at the tip of the spear in terms of both its policy and its genuine investment in active transport. And that was reflected, our reputation was reflected in that room. And just wanted to say, that's a line on a page, but it actually belies the fact that we are thought leaders and process leaders in our state in active travel investment. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to you, Councillor Boglari. Would you like to sum up?
Yep, thank you. I mean, you can just tell by that discussion how diverse everything Council does do. Something that was remiss of me was the biodiversity mentioned in here. Graham Simpson, on the day that we adopted that plan, gave a brilliant summary of it, and I've always meant to get that bit of the video to put up on Facebook, because the amount of work that goes into that plan is probably a good example of how much the officers do for all of them. So I have to do that. And the Visitor Information Centre, recently I had cousins down from Mackay. They were really impressed with the service and our Visitor Information Centre. And I would suggest for even locals to go there because of that interactive. I know, Mayor, you did a Facebook post on it. The interactive, screen down there where you can find out all the projects that council's doing around the city. I think that's a great tool for locals to actually keep up to date as well. So well done to the staff.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a great tool. Okay, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 14. Councillors, I've not been advised of any reports from Advocacy Major Projects and Economic Development. So moving to agenda item number 15, 15.1, which is the other change to development approval. Preliminary approval affecting the planning scheme for MCU for mixed-use development at 156 to 168 Serpentine Creek Road, Redland Bay. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Talty. Seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Talty, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. So it's the regulation and planning processes that are in place across Queensland are sometimes difficult for the community to understand. And in this application, we have an other change. So this is seeking to vary some of the proposals that were put forward in the original shoreline approval. And probably the most significant of these is that in the original shoreline approval, there was a proposal to have a sports field, one sports field on the western side of the main road and one sports field on the eastern side of the main road. So one of the variations that is participant in this application is that rather than have two smaller sporting field areas provided across the development, that those areas are to be combined and provided to a greater detail and a larger sporting facility to accommodate more appropriate to the needs of our city and particularly the south of our city, which is a very significant lack of those fields. In the original application, the second of these sporting facilities was not required to be developed and delivered for quite some time. And as part of this negotiation, officers have been able to bring forward the development of this by the 1500 lot, which is a significant improvement in providing sporting facilities for our community earlier. They have also been able to negotiate an infrastructure agreement which will ensure that not only will the grass playing fields be provided, but the required club facilities, 2 changing rooms, male and female and so on, will also be brought on at the same time. So that facility, which is already needed in the south of Redland, but particularly is required under the development of the shoreline, will be brought forward, and it will be brought forward by a number of years. There are a number of other changes in this which are broken down across the development application, and the documents for this will all be available to the community. This has been an ongoing process, and certainly I have been lobbying and pushing for the best possible outcome in these changes for the last 2 years, and I think that the officers have done a very, very good job of working to push for the best possible community outcomes through this process. I welcome any questions councillors have, but at this point this has been negotiated over 2 years, and while we will have to continue to work towards ensuring that each section of the development comes forward in its particular area plan, this is the overall plan of the entirety, and it's looking at what was approved more or less 10 years ago, and just now looking more closely at what will suit the community's needs best and the delivery mechanisms best, and what the developers have proposed is what we can assess. And so at this point, I think we probably need to move on and get these facilities built for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Questions? Councillor Mackenzie, then Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. Through you to the officers, can we just have an officer speak to the benefits of the relocation, the consolidation of the district park? I feel like, thank you, Councillor Tolti, but she probably glossed over a bit on what is actually getting delivered as part of the infrastructure agreement, noting that some of it may be confidential, but please highlight to the community what is going to be delivered as part of the co-location of the sports fields. For the record to the public, that there is, although the report states that there's this 7 hectare reduction in the district sports park, the developer isn't getting extra housing for it. That we're not losing green space, and just the benefit with the change of the reconfiguration also of the town centre to Serpentine Creek Road. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Afternoon, councillors. Number of questions there, so I'll do my best to sign off on that, or give you an update on those, but please feel free to prompt me if I've missed anything. So firstly, in terms of need, obviously the planning team within council was advised by our civic open space and asset management team with regard to the need. So it was advised that there's a demand, obviously, kind of within SEQ and particularly in this area for increased usage around soccer fields. So that obviously was the stimulus for this further discussion and negotiation with the developers. In terms of the local kind of need, there is an established soccer club, Redland City Football Club, within the area. It's got more than 500 members, and it's already kind of severely constrained by limited facilities with only one senior pitch and one junior pitch available, no clubhouse, etc. So that need obviously informed those negotiations. So officers did actually look at the potential for a co-location of other soccer, potentially with AFL as well. Again, we were advised that with that co-location, sometimes there's difficulties around combining those two codes, the AFL ovals and soccer fields, with due to the field size, inefficient layout, reduced capacity, different infrastructure needs, etc. So that was really the stimulus for those discussions. Now, Councillor Mackenzie, in her kind of introduction, kind of outlined the benefits of providing the clubhouse at the facility. Now, we acknowledge that there has been a reduction in the land area, but the delivery of higher quality facilities, including the full 4-size rectangular fields with sports lighting and purpose-built clubhouse to meet Football Queensland standards, was one of the benefits that was obtained. Should note that the original IA was for 4 fields, so we are still providing 4 fields as part of the revised IA. Unlike the original approval, it would also have required council to fund 2 separate clubhouses, the sites being 2 separate sites, and the clubhouse buildings and supporting infrastructure at a later stage. So the revised proposal delivers a fully functional, fit-for-purpose facility earlier in the or at the outset. There was also consideration given to the ability for additional funding to be sought for providing that infrastructure as well in the future. The cost of a new clubhouse is approximately in the order of between 5 and 6.5 million. So again, not an insubstantial amount of money to find at a later date, which isn't secured obviously through the existing IA, and that would be 2 separate facilities as well, as I mentioned. So there's also consolidated facilities provides operational maintenance benefits. Obviously, there's kind of usage benefits, the benefits of a location all in one place rather than 2 separate sites as well. Through the negotiation and the amended infrastructure agreement where the clubhouse has been brought into, it has given us the opportunity as officers to look at the wording in the infrastructure agreement and look at tightening some of those provisions around in that existing infrastructure agreement in relation to some of the district sports park facilities that are being provided. It also, and again, as Councillor Mackenzie touched on, it does provide the entire facility in the district sports park at the 1500th lot rather than the 1,500th for one sports park and then the 3,000th lot. So that's bringing forward that investment by the developer by approximately five years. So again, that's when balanced against that smaller area, or the area that's not being provided, that's a justification. Overall, as well, we, as a master plan community, we've looked at as officers, looked at the entire community and looked at the green space provision, so across the development. Now, that's made up of different elements of open space. And you've got your neighbourhood parks, your district parks, and also your foreshore park as well, which is included. Plus, open green space that's open for ecological purposes and drainage purposes as well. So overall, there is no net loss in that open space across the whole development. Finally, a question was raised with regard, I believe, to the town centre. So one of the changes that has been put forward is a slight relocation. There hasn't been an increase in size in the centre, however, it has been aligned and brought closer to the intersection. Now, the reason for that was in relation to kind of viability and visibility of the centre on the main road. So an important part, however, is that there is still connectivity with the foreshore park and the collector road, which abuts the foreshore park as well. There still is a requirement also through the development approval, the original development approval and amended development approval for a tourism recreation activity area. So again, through this change, that's given officers the opportunity to look at the provisions around that and the types of uses that are being put forward. So officers believe that's a good outcome for the community overall. I think that was all the questions. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was out of the room for a few minutes. So was that still Councillor Mackenzie? Yep. Okay, so Councillor Boglari, then I had you next.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Shoreline's certainly given us 10 years of challenges, hasn't it, along the way. I'd just like to talk about the environmental impacts and just get that certainty that this development in this area has already been approved. We're not approving the development, we're just approving this change, and previous environmental impacts on dams and everything aren't being in any way increased or anything today. It's the same as what was approved back in 2010 or 2015 or whenever it was a while ago. I just want to make the certainty of that. And I'm concerned, though, that we're now allowing development in the buffer zone, which there was a lot of discussion about that previously with like a development-free buffer zone due to the amount of biting insects down in that area.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor. 2 points there, which I made notes, obviously the dams, and then the second point with regard to the buffer zone. So in relation to the dams, this is correct. This is a preliminary approval to vary the effect of the planning scheme. So it's the higher order approval which sets up the planning framework for subsequent development applications. So again, under the Planning Act, this is what's called another change. So again, in relation to how these are assessed, we're assessing the changes that are being put forward against the original approval. So we're not assessing it in its entirety. It's just the aspects of the change that are being applied for at this moment in time. So just to confirm...
Sorry, just on that, because I thought you contradicted what I said. There is development in that area already approved.
Yes.
Yes, and all we're doing is making this change with the...
Sorry, Councillor, if you can let me finish. I was going to go on and explain that the original development approval approved the removal of existing dams, basically. There is a condition on the approval that requires those dams to be filled. There is also a condition on the approval which requires detailed environmental assessment of high tide, roost and low tide feeding areas for listed species, migratory shorebirds. So that kind of aspect was considered and approved originally. That hasn't changed, so that's still within an area of land that's to be developed. There was also, again, it's not administered by council, but under federal law, an environmental, under the EPBC Act, a requirement for protected species to be considered. That's an obligation on the developer, not necessarily on council, and I understand that they did seek an approval, but if there's any other impacts for them to consider, that would be for the developer to consider in regard to that. But there haven't been any changes to those dams. It have been approved, and that's already, in an area that's been approved by council. The second point that you raised was with regard to the buffer area that was identified. So that was an area in the southeast that, due to biting insects, there was an area that was left free of development at the time of the original development application. Now, through the course of discussion with the developer over the course of the application, which has been a number of years, we're looking at the potential use of that area and whether or not that indeed was possible to be used. So we've sought advice from an entomologist and also from our internal pest management team with regard to potential impacts and monitoring of mosquitoes. And we are proposing through the plan of development that's been put forward that there might be a number of uses that could be undertaken, primarily indoors, with suitable measures where there's going to be a low congregation or not, very few people in that area. Certainly not suitable for residential use, but for kind of low usage, the advice is that would be and could be suitable.
So the developer is actually getting a little. We're not losing any recreational or open space, but the developer is gaining slightly.
No, we're not losing any.
No, we're not. But the developer is gaining slightly.
Well, it's an area of land that was going to be void and left for what purpose?
It was for the buffer, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't planted out as such. It was just a vacant piece of land. So, again, having had those discussions and seeking relevant input and advice as to how that could be suitably controlled, it was felt that there were suitable provisions that could be put in the plan of development to allow development to occur.
And with the infrastructure agreement, the only changes really are the fact that councils, the developer will be supplying more sporting facilities.
Yeah, correct. There's an existing infrastructure where the terms are still in place. The main change is in relation to the provision of the clubhouse and the timing and those provisions. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, not sure which question this officer to. Thank you, officers. I think it's been great, and I think the consolidation of the areas looks really positive, to the point where I'm looking at seeing where is future-proofing of even that expanded sports precinct and clubhouse factored in, or is it? I could see both the residents in that area, but also across Redlands and Logan, the use is going to go through the roof, but also opportunities for sports events and sports tourism. I'm sure with a facility like that, it will be there. So can or will or is already COSAM working with planners and the applicant to ensure that either the way the lot is configured or the design of the clubhouse and the building allows for growth beyond what will be delivered up front? Because I could see it being used and overused over time. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, there's perhaps a question as well that can input from relevant officers from COSAM, but initially just from a planning perspective, obviously it was designed with considering the Queensland soccer guidelines for a facility of this nature and standards. So again, there's possibly a little bit of future proofing in that, in terms of providing the 4 fields, providing the clubhouse, and then also providing some additional space to the southeast, which allows maybe some more community use or overflow parking and things like that, which are always useful for these type of facility. But perhaps officers from COSAM might be able to expand on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And while officers are coming to the mic, I was thinking, and again, it's just thoughts, but commercial kitchens rather than just a small cafe or hard stand areas where people can come in. So just to make sure the area is protected. But yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors, and through you, the Mayor. In terms of the precinct and obviously the negotiations that we've gone through with the developer, we've certainly looked at Football Queensland's standards. You know, 4 fields is really a premier facility for both the region. I don't think there's many, there's probably not many venues across South East Queensland that has 4 premier fields of a football standard, of that standard. So in terms of the facility, it's certainly of a very high facility. In terms of the fit out and what we do, in terms of commercial kitchens, opportunities for them to stage events, in terms of all the supporting infrastructure, both in terms of internally but also externally, they will be able to run a number of state championships and also carnivals as well. So it will be a premier facility across the region.
Okay, no, well, I'll take that as it's been thought in, not just the fields but the supporting infrastructure. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Tolty, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. And my understanding is, and thank you, councillors, for your questions, when this came through council the last time, I think from memory we were here till 10 o'clock at night discussing it. It was huge. So there's an equal amount of dedication and concern over any changes that come through for this master plan community. And I thank everybody for their dedication to making sure that the community gets the very best they can out of it. It's challenging as you go through, particularly as it's a moving feast, and with each preliminary overarching approval, such as the changes we're looking at today, there is a follow-up local, more precise planning application that has to come through. So we have to continue to keep that pressure on it and make sure that we get the best we possibly can out of every aspect of this. But at this stage, the officers have worked really hard to draw the best they could possibly get out of this, and we need to keep moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, and those against, Councillor Bloglari and myself. The motion is carried. Oops, sorry. Microphone off. So agenda item number 16, I've not been advised of any reports of infrastructure and operations. Number 17, not been advised of any notices of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Agenda item number 18, we've already heard one of the notices of motion earlier on today. So we have 18.1, which is a notice of motion brought by Councillor Julie Tolty. Councillor Tolty, over to you to move your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the motion as it is depicted there, and I'll await a seconder and then speak to it.
Second for the motion, Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion that has been put to Council today is in relation to the community sports facility, which has been proposed for a number of years at Heinemann Road. We bought this land specifically because we have such a deficit of sporting fields in the city, and particularly the south of the city. And the goal here was to develop a regional sporting facility in order to facilitate a sort of a Tetris of moving and getting the best out of all of our sports facilities across the city. We did a substantial amount of community consultation, both on the design of Heinemann Road and also with the clubs that would benefit from moving to the Heinemann Road facility to allow growth, and then opening up opportunities as those clubs move on to bigger and better facilities to allow smaller clubs to move in, and more groups, more sporting facilities to be housed across the limited meterage for that purpose that we have available in the city. It's been a point of frustration for both the community and the councillors and the organisation that that has basically come to a screaming halt with the changes to the EPBC legislation about 4 years ago. What this is proposing is that we look at it from the perspective of the negotiations that we've had so far with the federal government and try to bring on an opportunity through the minister and the department to understand the unique requirements of Redland City. We are being treated in a one-size-fits-all national policy that really doesn't fit our city. Our city has, for many decades, been very pro-environment, looking after trees, looking after koalas, and going above and beyond what was required in the basic legislation. But none of those activities are acknowledged through the parameters of the assessment metric that is used by the department through the EPBC. And we have for quite a while now been trying to get them to acknowledge that not everything is a planted tree, that there are environmental values in other types of offsets and other types of activities, and that has not, we have not been able to break through in any substantial way. I will, if I can, just read you a little bit of the background here. The Redlands Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct at Heinemann Road represents a cornerstone investment in community infrastructure for our city, designed to meet the current and future needs of Redland's diverse sporting communities. Once completed, the precinct will offer formal facilities for touch football, rugby league, and more than 800 car parks and generous future play spaces. By relocating primary tenant clubs to the new precinct, room for growth will be unlocked for other sporting codes across the city. Following changes to the classification of some threatened species, that is the koala, the black glossy cockatoo and the greater glider, under the EPBC Act in 2022, Redland City Council self-referred the project to the Australian Government for assessment. In February 2023, it was determined to be a controlled action. So there's almost a year lost just in them deciding whether they wanted to have an opinion about it or not. Initiating a rigorous approval process under the EPBC Act. In response, Council adopted a revised master plan in November 2023, reducing the project footprint by approximately 10 hectares to contribute to environmental offsets and improve ecological outcomes. Subsequently, Council lodged its preliminary documentation with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water in April 2024, reflecting the updated and proposed plan. Extensive engagement has occurred with DCCEEW. However, despite these proposed additional mitigation measures to maximise conservation efforts, including protection of approximately 80% of the site, that is 130 hectares, as natural area, Council has been informally advised that the proposal may be considered unacceptable without the confirmation of land proposed for management and use in perpetuity or as offset land on a scale challenging within the local government area. It is also important to note that land expected to be used as an offset will not only need to be acquired, but also intensively managed for a minimum of 20 years. Furthermore, these offset areas are typically not suitable for public recreation activities such as dog walking, horse riding, mountain biking, which may render the land inaccessible to our ratepayers who will be required to pay for it. This position represents a profound change. Offset requirements tied to community infrastructure projects are largely classified as operational, which restricts Council's access to funding avenues and places significant financial strain and burden on the local council navigating the EPBC approval process. Despite genuine efforts to balance recreational development with environmental stewardship, the scale and nature of required offsets risk rendering this important project unattainable under the current legislative, funding and assessment constraints. So in a nutshell, what that means is we went to public consultation, we developed a plan that was approved by our community for a regional sporting facility that met the needs of our community and allowed for fantastic opportunity and economic development into the future. We then found in the same quarter that we let the contract to begin the first earthworks to build the fields, that the federal government had changed those regulations and backdated them to February of that year. As a good citizen, council decided they would self-refer in the belief that they had met all of the environmental requirements and that it really would be a light assessment and we would be able to move on. We certainly found out that was not the case. We have since then had the plan come back without further public consultation, and the plan has been reduced and changed twice based on the advice that has been given by the department as to how they will treat the application. So we have bent over backwards. We have changed the plan twice over the last few years, yet at every turn the goalposts have moved, and we are right back to where we began, looking at having to purchase land outside of the city in another local government area, sterilise a farm or other cleared land, and then invest ratepayers' operational dollars in planting trees and managing those trees for the next 20 years. Now, under the EPBC's requirements, we may have to do that for up to 5 years before we can actually start building our sporting fields. So what this proposes is that we work harder, there's not much else we can do, work harder to get attention on this matter, and certainly once this is approved, if it is approved today, I'll be looking to council to write to the minister and highlight the way the assessment has treated our community through this process. So, councillors, there are 5 points in this motion. The first is to note that we've experienced significant delays and increased costs, because as we all know, since COVID, costs have gone up to 70%. So the price of building this compared to when we contracted the fields originally has multiplied considerably. You're uncomfortable, Mayor. You're making some funny faces there.
Yeah, but it's quite chest. Yeah. You're all right. You need to take a break. No, it's all right.
Thank you. Point 2, to note the financial impediments associated with the funding with government entities and specifically local government relative to private applicants and the significant financial burden to ratepayers. And what that means is, in a nutshell, is they're treating us the same as they treat an open cut mine or a factory. And we're talking about playing fields for families. We're not talking about open cut mines. To develop a targeted advocacy program calling on the federal government to expedite its assessment process and provide consideration to projects led by local councils seeking to develop essential community and social infrastructure, including direct correspondence to key government stakeholders to seek urgent support. To work with local sporting groups to form a volunteer working group with council to communicate progress and plans on the development of the site and overall sport facility planning. The unintended consequence of the delays with this has been that our groups who were communicated with and given all of the information and were on board with moving to their new premises or altering their premises have lost track of where we're at because it's just been delayed for so long. And our communication with them has meant that they don't know what's going on. And when there's no information, people will fill that void with what they believe to be the information. So I'm seeking a better communication with all of our sporting clubs, particularly the ones that will move to Heinemann Road, but also the ones that will then get the opportunity to expand and move into those spaces, and those who want to lobby us for other opportunities like our indoor sports facility. And I've not put a great deal of detail in there. I'll be reliant on the officers and the sports portfolio chair to work out the best form for that. And to request officers pursue positive progress on the EPBC assessment within 6 months. If approval progress is not achieved, officers are to report back to council on the status of the assessment and revert to the previously adopted master plan. Now, that's a principle-based measure because we went to public consultation. We worked on a plan over 2 years that had the support of the community, the sporting groups, the state government and the council. And then in order to achieve that deficit, in order to meet that deficit of sporting fields in the south of the city, we were told time and time again that if we take this measure, then we will get a quicker approval through EPBC and we can get these facilities for our community. So we cooperated and we supported that and we changed the plan.
Councillor Tolte, just letting you know that you're way over time too.
Nearly finished, Mayor, thank you. And yet here we are again, and the staff have changed, the rules have changed, and the reason that we changed the plan has been altered again. And we're right back to where we started looking at, we were told we wouldn't have to go outside the city to plant if we made those changes. We've now been told it is likely we'll still have to go outside the city to plant, and thank you very much for making those changes. We'll take that as well. So I'm seeking to get us on an even footing and really ask the federal government for a fair shake. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, look, I do very much appreciate the challenge and the bottleneck of so much planning associated with this block and the hold-up that is being caused by the plans that we had thought we were going to go ahead with being held up. My concern with this, though, relates very much to point 5 of the motion. I find it difficult for council. I understand that we can request officers pursue positive progress on the EPBC assessment within 6 months, but for us to try and give a directive to the federal government officers, I think is just, I think what they need to do in the time frame they need to do it. I understand the nature of the request, but I do feel as though that might be a concern. And then if we read on, that if not achieved, officers are to report back to council on the status of the assessment and revert to the previously adopted master plan dated the 13th of May 2020. Because my concern is that if the EPBC officers see this with a request that they progress positive outcomes on the current plan, otherwise we're going to go back to a previous plan, I wonder whether they're going to ask, well, which plan do you actually want assessed? And I just think it sends mixed messages to a level of government that we don't really have any say over. And I just find that a bit challenging, and it's a concern. And I think the EPBC does need to go through its process. And as Councillor Tolte mentioned at the outset, it does sometimes feel as though what we would like to have happen in the Redlands is being applied in a principle nationwide, and that is actually what they're doing. So it is a tricky one. So I've got some concerns with that. That's what I'd like to speak against in relation to this, although I do acknowledge the importance of freeing things up so that we can have some certainty for our other clubs.
Thanks. Speaker 4. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased that Councillor Tolte has brought this notice of motion today. This isn't about a patch of land at Heinemann Road. This is about our children having sporting facilities that they can use. And the reality is that irrespective of past decisions and whether people agree or don't agree with them, we're in a holding pattern now. We don't have any future plans outside of Heinemann Road, and it's our responsibility to do what we can to progress these plans, to do everything in our power to ensure that we aren't turning children away from rugby league clubs, from soccer clubs, from basketball clubs, because that's the reality, that this Heinemann Road Sports Precinct stalling, that is the reality for our community. This isn't just about the clubs that will be moving to Heinemann Road. This is about the others that are waiting for sporting land to be freed up and to be made available so that they can grow. so that they can expand and they can have some certainty into the future as well. I think that it was timely that we had an operational report today where we saw that the EPBC process has held up what council has tried to deliver in terms of progressing this project. And I, for one, this is the first time I've got to speak to this project, and it's something that I know my community, and certainly as Sport and Recreation Portfolio Councillor, it's something that I'm really concerned about is our lack of sporting fields. And we need to do everything that we can to exhaust every potential opportunity that we might have to develop this land. And the reality is that council isn't responsible for this project not progressing. The EPBC referrals and the restrictions that have been placed on council by the federal government have led to delays that are years behind where we should be. We could have had something on the ground. We could have had facilities that our children and that our community are using now, but these restrictions have been the stopper and the blocker for that happening. So I fully support this. I would like to thank our officers who are working very hard, and they have done for many years, to try and progress this. The reality is that we need the federal government to give due consideration to the importance of this infrastructure for our community, and I would like to think that there will be an opportunity for us to move forward with this facility and that we won't be stuck in a holding pattern for any longer than we have to. I would like to think that within 6 months we will have some positive progress with the EPBC assessment, and we'll be able to deliver the great news to our community that the federal government is willing to work with council to deliver the important community infrastructure that our residents want.
Speak against? Questions? Councillor Golley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to officers. Understanding the significant money that's already been expended through reports and processes, etc., and we're sort of chugging along at our end. We're rattling on the EPBC's door. Should we be now processing this through the Commonwealth Ombudsman as an advocacy piece to go, look, what's the hold up? I mean, every legal process has a means to have dispute resolution, and it seems to me that the EPBC is in a situation where they're being unreasonable to the needs of the community, especially given the fact that this was initially funded by the state government as a proposal to look at, delivering an outcome. So have we gone beyond, dealing with an APS4 at a front desk who's assessing it? Can we get to, the Commonwealth Ombudsman and go, hey, listen, enough's enough. What's the hold up? Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Mayor, I might take that one. It's a difficult one to answer that specifically, because the reality is the officers that you refer to are applying the EPBC Act as they've been given it by their government to apply. We're not suggesting that they're not doing that adequately. I guess what we're suggesting is that the Act is perhaps flawed in that it doesn't recognise the important role that local government plays to provide essential community infrastructure, and that I think that community infrastructure perhaps should be considered differently to new housing development or mines or other types of agricultural uses where there is large-scale environmental damage. So I think that we're, as local governments, between a rock and a hard place. So it could be that as simple as providing through the growth that the state is requiring us through their regional plan, we may need to upgrade some roads. Let's use an example, Double Jump Road. I reasonably expect that will require an EPBC referral and approval in future because of the amount of trees that be required to facilitate that. We may not get approval through that process to clear those trees, or inversely, we need to do significant offsets outside of our city as it's proven. So we're between a rock and a hard place. I'm not sure about the Ombudsman, because I think they would suggest we haven't completed our process. We are backwards and forwards in a technical kind of way at the moment with our colleagues at the federal government. I guess we're at philosophical loggerheads, I guess, as we're kind of saying we've got an approach which we believe is reasonable. We've asked, as Councillor Tolte has articulated, that the good environmental credentials of council over decades should count for something. Unfortunately, the nature of the system is they say not. They recognise that it has a value, but they're using a very, fundamentally it's a calculator, and it's a very formulaic approach, and there's no cell available for them to plug in, 20 years of historic good credentials in there. So I think it's just a flawed system, probably more than anything.
I guess where I'm coming from too is I wouldn't like to see this process sort of sitting on, an APS 4's desk going, I'm abiding by policy, when we should be engaging with an SES Band 2 at a much higher level going, well, what's the hold up? And it's that engagement piece. At what level of federal government are we talking? We can shoot for the top, but the minister's only going to go, well, let's do a ministerial and shoot it back down again to see where it's at. It's still going to go up and down the chain of command giving answers. So is there a direct method? That's the key issue here. Can we get to an SES Band 1 or a Band 2 that will actually have decision-making outcomes at the EPBC to go, hey, let's either push this through or give them the feedback they require to get on with the job. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you again, Councillor, through the Mayor. We have had engagement with very senior officers from the department. On many occasions, they've been out on site modes recently in the last couple of months with a senior representative who flew up from Canberra to visit that site. So I think we've had representation to senior staff. I guess, probably what I'd surmise is that, the senior staff are administering the same kind of rule box that they've been given by their government to administer. So it's not so much a question of seniority, it's just this is a very literal application of what is a very rigid piece of legislation designed as quite a blunt instrument to protect the environment. So we don't have a problem with what the legislation is trying to do. Obviously, we value the environment down here in Redlands, perhaps more than many of our local government colleagues around the state. But we're just saying that we need some recognition that local government is not the same as a private developer. Some of the things that Councillor Tolte's articulated around our challenges with operational money, which is very different to a private developer where money is just money. We would have some significant challenges to fund what could be multiple millions, by multiples it could be $5 to $10 million of operational money to deliver offsets, probably outside our city to no benefit. I don't see that as a good environmental win, and that's the kind of conversation we're trying to have with our federal colleagues. But, we, subject to what you decide here, Dan and his team and then, my team that are involved will kind of persist with officers from the federal government to see if we can get a logical resolution.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My first question's probably been answered. It was going to be through to Chris, just asking if at an officer level that we feel we've maxed it out or it's moving appropriately, and I think I heard a yes, and that will continue and as it should. And I'll just frame a little bit of the next question. We're certainly seeking a partnership, not a fight with the feds. And that's really clear. It's just their processes aren't passing the pub test. So I certainly support a political level parallel process. I'm not sure if a letter to the Minister is sufficient. So my question is through to the Mayor. Can you and we consider, given the importance of this to, I don't think it's overstating it by saying every single family in Redlands is impacted by this project not progressing, could you, and therefore we, portfolio leads or whatever you believe is appropriate, have a Canberra delegation of some sort? I would certainly support that, and I think nothing like turning up in person, seeking a partnership, and that could be done quite neatly in parallel with what the officers are doing. So, I don't know if you care to answer that now or beyond here, but I would strongly support
anything's possible, but I think isn't the Minister closer by? I don't think we need to go to Canberra. I think we need to find an avenue that can be done locally. Save the cost. If we're talking about saving costs across the board, I think we can save the cost.
Yeah, certainly I've inferred a ministerial face-to-face, but if that's local, even better. Thank you.
I've got some questions. So I've got some questions if I can. So obviously this has got a long history, as has already been referred to, and you've outlined that, or what's outlined has been the changes to the Act and the requirements during that time. What due diligence was done at the time of purchase, and where can that be found? for its needs, for the needs. So it was purchased for a regional sports facility. And so where can we see those original documents for the due diligence that was done at the time?
Sorry, thank you, Mayor, for the question. I'm just looking to my colleagues because that predates my time here at Council,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure I quite have, and probably Dan too, for that answer.
Maybe some of the existing councillors know because they've been here the whole time. Councillor Tolte?
From memory, and I'm sure other councillors will recall, there was an ongoing assessment with some land in Thornlands, which the council hoped to progress, and simultaneously there was a report which showed that at that time, which is now, I think, more than a decade ago, we had a deficit in square metres of required sporting fields of greater than 38%. So at that time, negating the population growth we've had in the last decade, we were already 38% behind what we should have had in community and sporting facilities. The previous couple of terms, council had tried to progress land in Thornlands, but that land, A, was the owners absolutely resisted selling it, and B, it was very undulating and required a great deal, I think at the time, completely from memory, which was a lot of money at the time, but pales in comparison to the current numbers, was about $6 million worth of earthworks before you could even contemplate getting a flat enough surface to put a playing field on. So that was abandoned at the time, and they moved to looking across the city at other land that could be purchased. A number of lots were brought to council, and council authorised the purchase of this one, but also the continuance of searching out other spaces. There is a report, and I'd have to check the year, but I recall something along the percentages were that the lot that was being purchased, because it was contiguous to the lot already in council management for the water tower, was a positive thing for the environmental aspects. At the time when we purchased the land, I believe the percentage was the land that was being purchased was expected to be around 58% of it could be developed for sporting and community recreation purposes, and around 42% was already covered in bushland and would go into the environmental reserve. And so based on those numbers, I believe it was purchased with a split. The money from the environment levy was used to purchase the equivalent percentage, well, 42% or whatever it was, and the 58% was paid for out of infrastructure money because that was to be infrastructure. The assessing officers at the time, I can recall, noted the watercourse and the lower lying area at the back, but they were long-serving council officers, been here I think more than 40 years, and were very confident through engineering, earthworks and other mitigation actions that they could bring that land into use at the time under the regulations that were in place at that time. Then once the land was purchased, a more detailed assessment was given, and I certainly know I was extremely disappointed because what we believed would be 58% of the land could be purchased went down to 48, then I think it was 42, then we got into the assessment with the state, and that became, I think, something like 28% of the land could be used, and I think that's where the plan ultimately was somewhere between 22 and 28% of the original purchased land is what is reflected in this plan that was approved on the 13th of May 2020.
Okay, so just to thank you for that, that was comprehensive. So there was no external assessment, but it was all internally done, and then it's had a diminishing size, I guess, since then for various reasons.
I'm not an officer, I'm only recalling what I recall from the reports that were presented, but that's my recollection.
Okay, and so just to make, so the problem now is, in summary, that council can't find land and it could be a huge cost burden to deal with the offset now. That's the crux of it?
Well, the plan that was approved on the 13th of May 2020 met all of the state and federal environmental requirements.
For that 20-odd% of the original land size purchased?
For the plan that was approved, to have tracks and trails through 80% or, 85% of the land, and the remainder to be the sporting facility as noted. And then basically the rules changed and were backdated. So then we had to go through and we still today meet the state requirements, but the federal assessment process is such that we can't get anything in writing that tells us in concrete. And then we've been back 3 times in the last 3 years, and 3 times they've said, we think if you do this, you'll get this. And then we go back and there's a new person in the role or something's changed, and then we start all over again. And this has just been ongoing.
So can I ask, sorry, how many years has this been in play? Since 2010.
The need for sporting fields has certainly been.
No, the need for sporting fields has been in play ever since I got in, but this block wasn't in that first term.
As a matter of fact, this block has been on the desired purchase list for council for 30 years before it was purchased, and council had made a number of approaches to purchase this land in the 2 decades before I came into council, and it was only when the report came through that showed we had an almost 40% deficit that council put a bit more pressure on and said we must get land for sporting fields, and that's why this was purchased then.
Yeah, I actually saw an email under RTI in relation to the purchase of it. I've just got some more questions.
Mayor, I can clarify, sorry, what Councillor Boglari said, because the report from the 24th of May 2017, when councillors voted to finalise the negotiations of the purchase of the property, the report says that at the general meeting of 24th of February 2010, council resolved to commence negotiations into purchase of this property. So the negotiations go back then, and my understanding was that there was a report into the sporting needs dating back to 2008 that identified properties.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari, you wanted to clarify something?
Oh, just on the 2 things on the day we bought it. Oh, the day we were discussing in here about buying it, I asked due diligence then. I did not see any reports on that day. It was a verbal given to me that we'd done due diligence, and secondly, we had tried to negotiate with the owner previously, but we weren't prepared to pay, I don't believe, the price for the conservation land. And then we looked at other areas, and that's when we saw the other area at Thornlands that Councillor Tolte, but then we decided against that in 2012 or 13, and we went back to this one.
Okay, and I know I'm conscious that I've asked for figures in relation to this as well as other multi-year projects, and they're due back, I think, tomorrow. So under direction, I think so I'm conscious that I've asked for information in relation to all of that. But so coming back, just so I understand, the crux of the matter is that this problem that you're saying that the federal EPBC changed, and because of that, now council has to find alternate land, and it's going to cost an awful lot for the offset. So what you're seeking to do essentially is to try and have that changed federally.
To look at approaching the minister and doing what we can to educate our community on the reasons that this has been so long in assessment, and to get some reasonable consideration of the very, very high standard of environmental stewardship that has been reflected in this application and which is not being recognised.
Can I ask you too, you're talking about to develop a targeted advocacy program. What's the cost of that program, or what's the scope of that program? What are you looking at for that?
Well, Mayor, I visited your office and discussed this with you a number of months ago, and I just would like us to go down and see the minister and lay it all out for him. Okay, so that's your cost. Okay. We actually attended and we did speak with department heads while we were down at Alga in relation to this topic, so that has been done. And can I ask, in point 4, volunteer working group, who's in the proposed group, and what's the criteria for selection for that volunteer working group? Oh, well, that would be a matter for the officers, Mayor, but my reflection on it would be, and I understand the officers, if this is approved, have a letter that they've already prepared to send out, and it's really, a number of years ago when we were developing the tracks and trails, we had a working group and we invited all of the stakeholders, the walkers and runners, the orienteers, the mountain bikers, the horse riders, all to nominate someone from their group to come and have a briefing, a community chat in the library. That one was held. And it was an opportunity for officers to explain all the regulation and the reasons that they go through the processes they do, what their goals are, what they were achieving, and to get feedback and concerns from the users about what may or may not be an issue for them as we proceed. And what has been accounted to me is that this process with the EPBC has taken so long, and you may not be aware of it, Mayor, but there was a huge resistance to the original plan to move the football codes to Heinemann Road. There was a great deal of upset, and it took a lot of officer time and investment and discussion and negotiation to get to the point where actually those groups recognised that it was an opportunity to grow, to have brand new facilities, and to be in on the ground floor of a brand new regional sporting hub. And there was a great deal of positivity then from those groups. But it's now been so stagnant for so long waiting for the EPBC that all of those people that were there and benefited from all of that work the officers did have moved on. Their children have grown up. They've, there's new committees. And the people who are there now, they don't know that history. They don't know what's planned. And I'm hearing back from sporting codes, oh, well, that was before, and we think, this would be better. And we've more or less come full circle, wasted all of that community consultation, and those groups don't know what's going on. So all I'm suggesting is that we write to all of the various sporting community groups that will benefit from Heinemann Road and from new facilities, or that are lobbying for new facilities, and give them an opportunity to nominate a volunteer from their organisation to be on a similar working group.
So the problem is the crux of the matter is council can't locate any land to do the offset, and it's going to cost a huge amount of money to continue.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can help you with that. So one of the key things that's changed during the EPBC assessment process is the definition that the federal government used to define what they would call koala habitat. So the methodology used for EPBC has been around for about 20 years, and in my 20 years of working with it, historically they would largely look at, on our site where we will be impacting 100 to 150 trees. So they would count those trees, and then you're taking down 150 trees, you need to give us back a multiplier of 3 or 5 times as many trees, 500 trees on a scale, and you can achieve 500 trees in a pretty good area. What the federal government has now done is to change their definition of koala habitat, and the definition of koala habitat now has this clause that they would describe as it includes complex ground matrix, which is essentially an easy term to say grass. So in our specific area, we have 26 hectares that it will be the sporting area, which has got 100 to 150 trees. It's an old cattle farm. If you go down there and look at it, it's pretty clear in the kind of generic language, but they deem all 26 hectares as lost koala habitat. So even though there might be only, in fact, I think surveys have not found any koalas in the paddock area. It's only been found in the conservation area, but will deem all 26 hectares as being lost habitat. We then need to provide that back at a multiplier to be agreed through this process, but as a generic term, it's 5 to 6 times. So on that math of what we're working on is that we would need to provide 150 plus hectares of offsets. So to make it simple, that's 150 football fields of offsets to provide 14 football fields. That's the challenge of the math that we're working with, and why we believe the system is not well geared for what local government is trying to do, and equally why these definitions and the way the federal government is choosing to now deem habitat, in our view, is at a very extreme end of the spectrum, because it is not koala habitat in our view. The koalas haven't been found there. It is grassland, and in the ordinary sense of the public listening to this meeting, you wouldn't deem that to be koala habitat. So that's kind of the complexity of what we're doing. We don't have 150 hectares of essentially what would need to be barren, grassland in our city to achieve those offsets. We have enormous amounts of conservation land that we've locked up, but it is in really good condition because we had the 1 million trees planting program, which we've largely finished. We've planted them all out. So to achieve the 150 hectares, what we're currently working on with Dan and the consultant now is to kind of figure out, have we got the little patches left over, which we could fill in, and how much does that add up to, and see if we can get that to be a level that the federal government would accept. Otherwise, we will have to go outside our city, which is what private developers are doing. So the most recent private developments happening both in our city and then in Moreton Bay, they're going out to the Scenic Rim, they're going out to Lockyer Valley, they are buying farms, and they're the Koala Farm, who's here in our city, in Mount Cotton, they run really large properties out in those cities, in those local government areas where they provide these offsets on a commercial basis. We've engaged with them. We know that will be many, many millions for us to achieve 150 hectares of offsets. So which is kind of why, as officers, we're very frustrated because we have, to the best of our ability, tried to lead council through this process. We haven't come here to kind of say we should reduce the footprint because it's good for the sporting outcome. We've done it because we thought the most expeditious way to get the approval was to shrink our footprint based on all of the science we had at the time. But it's a moving field, which is really challenging for officers in that space.
So the only options are to change it federally, or then we're looking at spending millions now that everyone's this far in.
To achieve the outcomes on this site, yes, that's correct.
On
this
site.
site.
Outcomes on this site, the alternative is to change it federally or spend an awful lot more money.
And if I can just add to that, Mayor, that at the moment we're talking about Heinemann Road, but the bulk of the south of our city is covered in the overlay that is affected by EPBC. So every time council needs to build any kind of community facility, whether it's a road or a boat ramp or anything, we will be subject to the same issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boglari and then Councillor Guy.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for that really clear explanation then Chris, that was great. So that would mean, because I agree with Councillor Tolte, the clubs are fed up, and I know some of the members and committee members that I speak to, they just want to stay where they are. They don't want to move, and it is a change of committees and everything, and kids aren't at those clubs anymore, so a lot has happened in the last decade. So I do agree there's got to be consultation with everyone who has been involved as well. But if we were to put something else down there, we would still have this issue. Even if we were I'm not saying to do this, I'm just using it as an example. If we just made that like a showground or an entertainment precinct or something, we'd still have this issue no matter what we did there.
You will have the issue of having an impact. The only way you could achieve something on that site and not have external offsets would be to reduce the amount of impact areas, we would call it, to a point where you can essentially offset on the grassland area. So it would be this mathematical equation, which I can't do off the top of my head, but I'm sure, as I said, we're doing 26 hectares of fields right now. You might get down to 10 hectares, 5 hectares of usable space to, I'm just making those figures up, but that's the exercise. You would have to constantly adjust to kind of see what's the impact you have and can I achieve those offsets on this site to a degree that the federal government would accept it. But it's going to be significantly small. It might be half.
Okay, so under the present conditions that we've got with the EPBC Act, if we were going to have no issues, we just have to reduce the footprint for something so that we can do it on site, basically. If we were, okay, thank you for that. I'd also like to understand. Sorry, I'm not feeling too well myself, actually. The targeted advocacy program, it's not just Redland City Council that has this issue. I believe it was discussed at the National Local Government Conference. It's other councils as well, but we don't seem to be getting any inroads to the federal government understanding the challenges for local councils. I just don't like the wording here. It sounds a little bit threatening, if you're not going to do this within a certain time, we're going to do this. I just think that's a bit threatening, and I don't think that's going to progress anything. So do you know what other councils and that have been doing, and how maybe collectively we can actually get a better outcomes?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one to answer because we're not 100% sure what other local governments are doing. But certainly from our South East Queensland colleagues, I'm aware of one other council that is having significant challenges with EPBC approval. On a similar community infrastructure, I'm aware the Department of Education abandoned a local school expansion or a new school in Logan because of EPBC. So there's another example of the state government who equally is bound by this same legislation. I think the uniqueness, and I know you through your colleagues through the LGAQ state conference and then perhaps at the ALGA have tried to raise this and haven't had a lot of support from your colleagues in other local governments, because I think there is a uniqueness of Redlands here where a lot of the greenfield growth areas being experienced in Sydney and Melbourne are on old dairy farms and that kind of pastoral land that has already been largely denuded of environmental values. So other Moreton Bay will have some of those challenges. They've absolutely got offsets. So the difference up there is that they're probably fields with being part of large-scale master plans. So the Caboolture West project, as it was colloquially known, and it does have another name now that they're building that, but that would have been done, that's sort of a whole new city. The sporting fields will be delivered by developers and they will have done all of their work on that. So it's not being delivered by the local government. So there's some uniqueness of what we're dealing with, which is perhaps why but I do know it is now starting to get a lot more traction within certainly local governments I chat to, is that we were perhaps one of the first who are realising all these infrastructure and or community facilities have been caught in EPBC. Now that the other local governments are starting to do some of these things. The Department of Main Roads has experienced this for some large-scale road upgrades. They themselves will have to do referrals. They know that this will cost them years and years in timeframes as well. So it's starting to get more awareness.
So your suggestion, so that we can get some sporting fields somewhere in the city, what would you think going forward would be the best way to address it?
Yeah, well, I think, again, most recently you decided in a confidential item, so I'll be careful about it, to potentially purchase another site in the city. The report that came to you on that one identified that site didn't have any values that would trigger an EPBC referral. Okay. So I think the key things will be looking for sites that are largely denuded and don't have scattered vegetation or could potentially be drawn into it. A lot of the old poultry farms that exist in our city are probably good examples where, because of the buffers that we try to enforce upon them, they are large cleared areas. So there's lots of different sites, but it's... So
if, like in Sydney, someone out there's got a dairy farm or a poultry farm, have we got 4 football fields for you type thing?
It's a bit distance for our residents to travel to Sydney, but sure, if that's the...
No, I meant a dairy farm up here like that. Okay, thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Tolte, I understand this predicament, and I'm not asking for a reply, I'm just for your consideration. Some of the wording in here I can't agree to as it is. I definitely agree with the advocacy program for the federal government. That's a given, and I think that should be, like maybe even the Premier could help us there, and get quite a few councils that are impacted together and give us a bit more of his clout. And I definitely agree with the stakeholders that are there now need updating. Maybe they're listening to this and they're getting that, hopefully, but and some wider community consultation on it. But I don't agree with forming a working group, because I'm not too sure what a working group to me conjures up, that they're going to be designing things and whatever. So maybe I'm misunderstanding that's why I'm just mentioning it to you. If the wording could be changed there, that there is more consultation done with the stakeholders, because they definitely need, I just think your wording doesn't express that, sorry. But I definitely agree with your advocacy and the stakeholder, and I'm nervous about number 5. I don't support it as it's written, as present, just so if you can do some changing, you know where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Councillor Golley.
Thanks, Mayor. It was just giving a little bit more of the piece of the pie for your information. Under the previous state government, Mick de Brenny as the sports minister, together with Kim Richards, the local MP, they actually... Well, he was the sports minister. Either way, let me tell the story. All right. It was there was $150,000 dedicated from the state to actually to council over segmented lots to do a feasibility study, to actually conduct consultation with sporting clubs and to see through that Tetris approach who could move where. Yeah, so you actually had quite a bit of media around that as well, where we all sort of went out there with Mick and Kim, and you know there was happy photos and pointing at maps and all this sort of stuff. So this was really something that was embraced at our level and the state's level, and it's just now we're up against that advocacy piece where you know the rules changed around the environment. So we were all fully fledged. Everyone was in it up to their eyeballs. The rugby league had done a lot of work with council officers ready to move out there. They saw an opportunity finally. Netball was planning for their expansion. It actually gave them the provision to have more courts in the Pinklands area. It was going to mitigate parking issues. There was a whole different array of sort of Tetris pieces falling into place with this. And like I said, under the previous state government and us, we were well and truly on board with this, and it's only really now, if we try to split hairs here and go, well, I don't like this word and that word, we're going to lose momentum again, and it's been years, if not decades, trying to find more sporting land. So it's the key piece here is how do we move forward with advocacy to get some type of resolution from the federal government. That's the key message here, realistically.
So, Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can indulge a little bit of comment, because I'll try and have a question at the end. The question will be to officers, how deeply embedded is our current strategy with Heinemann Road linked to our current sporting strategy across the city, our current event strategy across the city, so including Pinkland Showgrounds. So that's the question I'll come back to. Council has had a clear and deliberate strategy, and that's what I really want councillors to remember. Re-prosecuting history or whatever is interesting, but we have got a clear strategy, and the Redlands Coast Sports Precinct is at the heart of it. It has been the heart of it. So we can talk Tetris and things, but this is touching every family in our city. So we need to move forward with strong advocacy. How and wordsmithing, fine. But yeah, we've been in a 3-year tennis match, which then plus the 7 years of planning. So we're a decade into this already. That's not acceptable. The knock-on effects that I see, and we don't have a plan B. There's a couple of thoughts about Plan Bs. We've hinted at Plan Bs, but this is our Plan A, has been our Plan A, and we need to pick and stick at the moment to follow it through until we've exhausted it, and that's the intent of this today. The knock-on effects that I see is, well, let's start at the showgrounds, touch footy, you know, the leagueies, all rectangular field sports, gymnastics, skipping, tennis, everything at that showgrounds is impacted. Pinklands, this doesn't move forward, or Heinemann, netball, equestrian, and at every event that we may bring to the city because the showgrounds is there. So in the absence of a clear Plan B, because we haven't needed one because we had a great Plan A, it's just that Plan A is taking too much time. So let's not re-prosecute history. Let's pick and stick. Let's go for it respectfully, and then let the cards fall from there. But I'll finish off by saying we're seeking a partnership, not a fight, and we're just trying to push the partnership as quickly as we can. Thanks. Yes, and the question is how. Well, no, I spoke at length then of all the knock-on effects. Is this the Heinemann Road piece of land and the sporting outcomes and the fields attached? How deeply rooted and embedded is that with all those other strategies I talked about and the economic development sporting across the city, the whole city?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Mayor. Certainly from a sports strategy perspective, I think you're right, and I think you've articulated it well, that it is a key part of the expansion of facilities. Ultimately, if we can't provide sporting facilities across our city, whether it's as a result of being able to purchase land or through challenges like EPBC, it may come to a point where we can't provide the sports fields for all of the sports. We may need to pick and choose which sports can and can't, have a presence here, or which ones can or can't expand. Ultimately, we know that the access to our existing fields is already congested, particularly, across seasons. It's not like there's other blocks of land just sitting, so other sports fields we already have that are being unutilised. So ultimately, it is absolutely critical, as will other, properties. We continue to look to expand our sporting infrastructure. In terms of the showgrounds, I think that's equally true, as you know. There probably less well defined because we will, look to form out what is the long-term view of the showgrounds. But certainly, not having sport there allows that to have a discussion on what can be there.
Thanks, if I may, and if I dare, I'd like to go back to Councillor Bishop as he opened and raised his concern about point 5. I really, through you, Mayor, to the officers, the whole conversation has been fabulous, but I am concerned about the wording here that the officers revert to the previously adopted master plan. We've got the current master plan version 3, I think it is now, that we're in discussion with. The implications of reverting back to the original 2020 master plan, I need to understand, as these words are here, what is that implication? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So we've sought advice on how that would impact the EPBC process. The view is the original master plan, so the 2021 was the one that was originally self-referred through to the federal government, so we would not need to restart or recommence that. We would just do an update through, similar to what we've done with the revised master plan. So we wouldn't need to go back or close that submission. We'd be able to continue that just with an amendment. There is an outstanding resolution of the adoption of the 2023 master plan, so we may need to look to go back to revise that, to go back to the other one.
Further to that, thank you, is if we go back to that, we go back to the future, and literally we don't start again because, as you said, we've been there, but we're still having the same conversations that we had almost probably 8 years ago. So I just, again, I'm going to ask you, what is the implications of going back to where we are now? As a city, are we looking to benefit from that, or are we looking to expand? It's really difficult to understand the 3 versions. Where we're at now, we're at version 3, and we're talking about here going back to version 1 8 years ago. What is the implication of that? I don't understand what you're saying is via this motion that we go back to that in 6 months or so.
I'm happy to have a crack, Councillor, and through the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor can add to. I'll probably just talk to the process stuff. I'll let the Deputy Mayor talk to anything that she might add. But from a process perspective, as Dan said, we can go back to the original larger footprint master plan. What I think practically it would be that we, as officers, we've been unable to get our federal colleagues to agree that we can have enough offsets within our site or within our city. And at that point in time, I guess we'd be coming back to you and saying we have no choice to proceed with sourcing offsets external to our city. The only way forward would be to now go and purchase 200 hectares of offsets, because it would be more. So the figure I had, roughly 150 hectares, is for the current 26 hectare smaller site. The biggest site was 35-ish hectares. So there's another 50 hectares on top. So we would be seeking I guess we would, be saying to you, we now need to move forward, and only way forward would be to provide offsets external to our city, and then it is perhaps immaterial as to whether it's 150 or 200 hectares in that scenario. I guess the only reason we asked or constrained the site was because we thought we could do the offsets within the site. So if you can't do that, then I don't disagree with the logic.
Now that makes a whole lot more sense. So our city would potentially benefit greatly from that, because we could go back to the original plan that actually had and was delivering more to the city versus the version 3 where we've condensed, because ultimately if we have to go off-site, there's not going to be a great deal of difference in it.
Yeah, from a sports perspective, the city's better. You're perhaps not environmentally better because we will have delivered 200 hectares of trees in someone else's city. So it's a...
Which is also... Yeah, okay, I'm going to leave that. Finally, thank you. That made a whole lot of sense. And where it says to bring a report back to council, is that a workshop that we would be holding or coming back to a general meeting, please?
I mean, it would be up to councillors, obviously, but I would have thought a workshop, and if that working group is established and we're communicating with and dealing with all of our sporting groups, then that information will also be able to be brought into a workshop. And then if councillors want a further report to a general meeting, obviously that can be done.
Okay. So having those continual workshops that we have been having over the years, they would just continue as per this motion. Really appreciate the opportunity to have that question answered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just through you to Chris. I recall several years ago at Victoria Point, near the fodder forest there, a lot of pine trees were removed, and I was getting phone calls off the hook about it, saying by council removing all these pine trees. And it turns out that a developer over in Logan was ordered to remove those trees because they were considered a weed as part of an environmental offset. So with this offset, do we have to actually own the land that we revegetate? Can we do government land, which...
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we absolutely don't have to own it. So there are groups in our city called like the Koala Farm who operate a commercial business where they will do the offsetting for you. The key difference is that if we were to pay somebody else, so say the Koala Farm, or could be a private person on their rental, on their block of land, is that we can't capitalise the costs of that. It's all operational money. If we buy a site, the current advice from our finance colleagues is that we can capitalise the purchase of the land, but not capitalise the costs of putting the trees in the ground. So if we are buying our own site,
operational stuff within our current environment levy, that just that $1 million tree program, just divert it to, because I think Campbell Newman bought a big block of land in Mount Cotton when he was in, remember? Big piece of green environmental land. We could repopulate that with trees and just a thought.
Yeah, look, we can absolutely do that. What the federal government requires us is to tell them which block of land we're going to do before we do it, and they want to go out and assess it and see with their own eyes and form a view that the environmental values that we'll be recreating are similar or identical to the ones that we'll be, inverted commas, losing to their satisfaction. So that's the trick. I think we asked a question earlier in the week around could we use some of the blocks of land we own on the Simbies. The answer is no. Whilst there's koalas on Simbies, it's not habitat for greater glider. So one of the species we're looking at is greater glider. But but we can't use the Simbies is sort of short answer. We own an enormous amount of land over there, but it's not the suitable ecosystem to just transfer. So there's an ecosystem scientific approach to this as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Guy next. I am struggling with this. I know it's 10 years, 3 versions. I don't know what the cost is of the total project to date, and I don't know what the cost is going forward. That's where it's a big thing to consider. Councillor Guy?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Again, I'll raise the fact that street officers, is there a way of negotiating with the current state government on their already declared PDA to have a negotiated outcome to have sporting land picked up through there? If I looked at the eastern side of Springacre Road, There's a lot of poultry, ex-poultry research stations, farms, whatever, that are cleared, but the state wants to put that under housing. It's not really the best site for small lot housing, but it'd make great sporting grounds. And I'm not saying that we just sort of suddenly cut the state off and go, don't put houses in there. That we know they're going to do that, but they're also not negotiating on that sporting infrastructure with us either, to accommodate a growing population. So right through that Sheldon, Thornlands area, there is a lot of open ground out there that through the PDA we could actually negotiate with the state and come to some solutions there as well.
I guess that's something that's outside this that we'd have to, that's another discussion. So, yeah, a good alternate, yeah.
Yeah, to get the state on board now, to have them deliver the sporting fields that we require as part of the PDA.
All right, I think we have come to end of questions. Oh, Councillor Rendels.
Listening closely to the conversation that's been going on, I am struggling to understand the complexity of this issue. It seems to me that a number of years ago we went out and bought a piece of land, which at the time we thought would be able to address our shortfall in sporting fields. 20 out of 38%. We looked at that land, and at the time, under the current EBC, that we would have been able to do that. And that's because both how they counted the size of the property and also the consideration about whether grass is grass or whether grass is habitat. We're overtaken by changes to the environmental protection legislation, and we've got nowhere fast. So we've got two broad options. One option is, as you pointed out, Chris, we buy a lump of land somewhere else or lease a lump of land and plant a whole lot of trees on it. And as the Mayor has noted, that would be a costly option. The other implicit option is just sell the land and walk away from the whole thing and have less sporting fields. The third, so what we're proposing is really, and I don't see where the complexity of this is. What we're proposing is that we go to the Commonwealth and we point out that because we've been good environmental citizens previously, that we've actually done a lot of remediation, whether it's our million trees or whether it's all the conservation buybacks we've done on Simbi or wherever, we think that is an argument why there should be a relaxation of this requirement. And B, looking at the nature of the property, that we think there should be a relaxation because you're not actually destroying the volume of habitat that people are suggesting would be destroyed. And at the end of the day, that's a discretionary matter for the Minister for the Environment. The fourth part of it is really just working with the local community to keep them updated on what's going on. And we know from our council operations that the mobilisation of the community through social media campaigns can be a powerful way of trying to influence decisions. So that's essentially what you're looking at, but doing it for good. The fifth part is really going back and saying, well, if we don't think we get down there that far, let's just go back and activate the proposal that we had that met the requirements at the time it was put in and force the hand of the Commonwealth. To me, it seems really simple. We go down this track of pushing the Commonwealth and seeing where we get, and then if we don't, we make a decision about buying other land, or what else we're going to do.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all very much for all of the conversation. Remembering that we already have this on our books, we already have a program, we already have an approval to do it. The problem is that we are not able to move forward because of the metrics that are being applied to us. And just with regard to the various things that have been raised, and I will be very quick, One of the reasons that we self-referred was that at the point when we went through the process of planning, going to public consultation, getting approval at state and local level to build the sporting fields and the facility, the requirement at the EPBC and federal level, we met everything. So we were not required to be assessed because we were already meeting everything. However, we didn't, and this is a double negative to me, we didn't write to the Commonwealth and tell them that we didn't need to apply to them. That was the reason we had to self-refer. Had we written a letter at the time to the Commonwealth and said, "Dear Commonwealth, we're building this, we are not under assessment," then we would have been covered and we would not have had to stop that contract and our fields would be built by now. At the same time, we're all looking at a piece of land that's been put into a PDA and being fast-tracked for small lot social housing on Springacre Road, which has a PMAV registered over it. That is a vegetation order which says they don't have to be assessed by the federal government, which is nearly 40 years old. So here's this land, which actually we have assessed as being high environmental corridor on the Epipar Creek, which is using a 40-year-old piece of paper to get out of being assessed at the federal government level. And because our local department didn't write to the federal government and say, "Excuse me, sir, your rules, according to your rules, we don't have to make an application to you, so thank you very much, but we don't have to be assessed," we're going through this now for a decade and not able to advance our community facilities. And applying the same metrics to us as an open-cut mine or a factory or a housing estate means that the cost for those offsets in all of those commercial realities would be offset by the mining royalties and the sale of land and the sale of factories, whereas the only way we can afford to pay for these offsets outside our city is through operational dollars collected through rates by our community. There was a mention there of how much of the percentage of the lack of sporting land that Heinemann Road was supposed to meet. And when we purchased that land from memory, the report was that if we were able to use the 52% of the site originally expected, that would reduce our lack from 38 to possibly 18%. And that was at the time. And since then, and on the current reduced number 3 plan, I believe we're sitting at about 11% of the site we're using. And to answer Councillor Boglari's question about could we offset it, if we work on 11%, that means that for the purchase of this land to offset on site and not trigger any of this, we're going to use 3% of the site. That is outrageous. I know you weren't, but that would be the mathematics of it. So what I'm saying is we need a last-ditched attempt to get the political fathers of our country to recognise that local government and local community facilities are not the same as an open-cut mine or a factory or a residential housing development, and that these facilities are needed. And if they're going to deny our community these facilities, then they need to take responsibility for that and not hide behind unofficial assessments which keep changing and saying, we think if you applied with this, then we might say this. And then they change and move the goalposts again 6 months later. So please, councillors, support this and let us get on with lobbying the government to recognise that our community needs this facility and a number of facilities in order to meet our current and future needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hewlett. Those against. Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion's carried. Yeah.
Mayor, if I could, I'm not sure if you might like break, but I'd like to ask if we need to go into confidential, or we could possibly just progress those items straight away. And then if you're going to have a debate about urgent items, perhaps that could be at the end. I just note you're not looking particularly well.
No, I think I'm happy. I'm right to go through. It'll pass eventually. So yeah, we move to agenda item number 19, which is urgent business. So we stopped at 12.1 before and went and adjourned, and we discussed a number of options to move forward with advice from the organisation. So we now have a couple of options on the table to bring an item, bring 12.1 as an urgent item of business with the original motion, or to leave it until next month, essentially. So does anyone wish to bring the... Okay, so Councillor Golay, you'd like to...
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In relation to item agenda 19, urgent business without notice, in accordance with section 6.17 of Council Standing Orders, I'd like to raise a matter of urgent business in relation to the service review and structure, and particularly the terms of reference, please. I have more. I believe this matter needs to be dealt with at this meeting, as it requires a decision that only we as council can make. So I'm going through the principles at the moment. I believe the matter can't wait till the next meeting, as it's in the public interest to deal with this matter expeditiously, and it can't be dealt with administratively. Further to this, I believe that this has budget implications, that we need to progress this as a win for the community, that we get on with this particular urgent business today, so that we don't delay anything moving forward, and we can take this into our budget deliberations for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Colley. Councillor Golly, would you like to... Actually, no, we now... Yeah, sorry. So we now, because it's procedural, just vote on whether it's urgent or not. So, did you want to debate? Yep. Okay. All right. So those speaker against, Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe we've got any budget deliberations in the next month that would alter the outcome of this matter, and this has been something that's been ongoing since March, so I'm failing to see how it's an urgent business item. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4, Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I guess us raising this again as an urgent business, we should probably apologise to the community for what transpired earlier in the meeting. It really didn't have to go down that route, but I think it is appropriate, because it is highly important for our community, that we do raise this issue, not just for our residents, but also for the 1,100 plus staff who work here. There's a lot of question marks about what this service review means, and I think that it's in the interests of everybody that we do our best to endorse terms of reference today, so that the organisation can move forward and that our community can have some surety about what Council is doing to progress with this resolution of Council from March this year.
Thank you. Speakers against? All right, Councillor Golly, back to you. All right.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I've covered everything that we need to cover. The principles have been met. I do believe that this matter is urgent to be dealt with, and I'd appreciate Councillor support to vote in favour of accepting this today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, noting Councillor Hughes is out of the room. Those against? Councillor Tolte. The motion is carried. Yeah. So we're returning to agenda item number 12.1 as it appears. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Again.
And a seconder, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move the officer's recommendation as it stands and move forward with this review, please.
Thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Mitchell.
I speak against today, but I'm hoping to actually be able to support the proposal because it's a bit of a leap of faith, is I think what I've been asked to do, and I've changed my my presentation today also on the back of a very unfortunate event earlier where, despite many hours of engagement between councillors and officers, there was a motion brought forward that I believe disrespected that process in asking to change the steering group in here, and that's all that was about. Really unfortunate to have tainted the process, in my personal opinion. So I think the draft of the terms of reference and the scope is a solid foundation. It acknowledges the financial pressures we face and the importance of aligning our services and community needs. But I believe there are areas that we need to go a little bit further. So it's certainly not about rewriting the review, it's just about refining it. I think a review without the appropriate scope, terms of reference and scope, will lead to bracket creep, increased costs, and watered down and inconsistent recommendations. So that's where my concerns are, but I hope that doesn't happen. The strengths, I think here, as I've said, the background does outline those financial pressures, the population growth, the cost shifting that's going on, and hence any improvements that we can find are going to be really worthwhile. I think the purpose in the terms of reference is procedural rather than actually says what we want to do. I think what we really want to do is not just define the terms of reference and outline the scope for external and efficiency review. I think we're trying to guide a comprehensive, evidence-based review of council services, delivery models and organisational structure. But on the leap of faith, that might just be some wordsmithing. I think there's a bit of timeline ambiguity. I applaud there's a placeholder for when things might come back to us, but I think we need to put in when that is going to be. I think there needs to be some dates included to say this is when you're going to get the preliminary report and this is when you're going to get a final report, noting that initially this was just to get that steering group of 4 to start working on, I believed, refining these terms of references and scope. But it seems at odds with what's before us as almost a finished product. I think we haven't done it quite right. So I'm a little uncertain. I'll speed up through here. I do have concerns over the budget and the resources. I was one of the councillors that actually approved this year's budget and the $400,000 additional operating request to get this review underway. So I've been a supporter in that way. But within the report and within the terms of reference, it both says, yeah, everything from here is going to be cost neutral, but there's no detail at all on how that can be achieved. Nothing. It's an aspirational statement. Further, at the bottom of the terms of reference, it says, and there's likely to be further additional operating requests. So I don't think that's being particularly open and transparent with the community. As I said, this is a start, but by being so broad, so all-encompassing and so little focus in this initial scope in terms of reference, there will be significant costs, and my estimates or information is anywhere from $1 to $2 million may be spent on a full review. That's okay. if we all agree with that and that's transparent to our community. That's okay. So I'll leave the rest to questions. So I certainly want to see a review move forward, but I think this is just not sufficiently sharpened, too broad, but we do need to get going. So I think I'm going to be asked for a bit of a leap of faith today, and hopefully the process with these I see embedded imperfections can be smoothed out along the way. Thank you.
Speaker 4. That was against, yeah. Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to completely concur with Councillor Collier. I think this was done, the minute was moved in March. It's reputationally damaging if we don't starting this process now. Look, and I find it a bit of an affront to the officer with Councillor Mitchell's comments, because these officers are highly trained, highly qualified. They know how to move processes forward and keep us informed. So I have no doubt the officers will have a very clear and concise timeline as time moves on, but they've got to actually engage people first to work those timelines out. So you just can't come up, we'll do this then, then. They've got to evaluate what's happening and then give us the timelines and feed us information, as they always do. So I have complete confidence in what they're doing. I think we've got to get this going, because I think it's reputationally damaging and it really needs to be done ASAP. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, and likewise, from what Councillor Mitchell said, I probably will be doing a leap of faith in supporting the motion, but will speak against the terms of reference and just some of the content in it. I feel like some of it is a bit contradictory, because the purpose of this review is to have an external reviewer make recommendations, but on page 5 of 9 of the attachment it says that recommendations are cost neutral, etc., unless agreed by the steering committee. So to me that reads that the recommendations, unless the steering committee agrees with it, the recommendations aren't going to come back. But that's the whole point of an external review, is that they make the recommendations to us. I feel like on page 6 it's a blank check where it says the reviewer will be provided with appropriate resources to conduct the review. I mean, if it's appropriate resources is $2 million, does this statement then commit us to $2 million? We're asking a reviewer to do something that we already have, so we already have a service catalogue is my understanding, so I don't understand why we would pay an external reviewer to create another service catalogue when we already have one. And some of the timelines I do feel like probably needed tidying up there. And sorry, I just would like some clarity. I'm not sure who wrote this, whether this was part of the Mayor's suggestions of the terms of reference or an officer, but on page 8 of 9 it says ensuring coordination and integration of cross-cutting activities. Can I have an understanding of what that means, please? Cross-cutting activities. Cross-cutting? That's what it says. Might have been a typo. Well, I don't know. There was two suggestions of, my understanding, what came to us through an email a few weeks ago, or a month or so ago, was that, Mayor, you had written a set of terms of reference. I think the organisation had had some suggestions, and the two got mashed together.
There was an
I'm
initial,
not sure whose suggestion this was.
I don't know either. So there was so the terms of reference were drafted, came back through to me for some input, which I provided, and some of that input was adopted into the terms of reference that the organisation has drafted.
So it could be.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what cross-cutting activities are. I mean, I'd say maybe if it's meant to be cost might be cost cutting. So, and this is an issue that I have with the terms of reference. Is that this is the key function of the advisory group, is that they will ensure coordination and integration of cost-cutting activities. Shouldn't that be a decision of council not the advisory group? So I'm really disappointed with the quality of these terms of reference, to be honest. I'll support the motion, but I really do think that they should have been done better, and some of the suggestions that were provided back could have been integrated into them.
Yeah, so well, they were drafted, and I thank the officers for the work that they did in drafting the initial terms of reference. I go back to the original. I can only speak to my original intent from the mayoral minute. I have a range of concerns myself about what's come forward, bearing in mind that if the majority, are happy, then that's good. I believe this is a positive thing. That's why I brought the mayoral minute, as I explained before when I spoke to it earlier. I think it's timely. I think it can be a very positive for the organisation and the employees. And it's about looking at our delivery models as well and ensuring that council is appropriately resourced, and that we have a timely and up-to-date look at our service delivery, meeting community needs where possible, and if any services are no longer needed or if we need to expand, or making sure that we're meeting communities' needs. In terms of what Councillor Golle said, I think, or was it Mitchell? I can't remember, but I have concerns too. My concerns around the makeup, in that people on this, what I referred to initially as a steering committee, but what has now been changed via councillor input to an advisory committee, are invested in this. I know that there has been very strong words spoken about the need for this, the cost of this, and voting against this. So I want to make sure that the people that are invested in this are on board for it to do the function that it's meant to do. And I want it, my original intent was that it be an external independent review so that we have those fresh ideas. Of course, in seeking a review with a budget that has been proposed to date or set aside to date, that has to form part of the discussion in terms of the procurement process as well. So this is a discussion phase, and we're asking for a great deal of depth in terms of reference and specifics when the bulk of the discussion and decision is yet to come. So I know everyone has a different view of terms of reference, but and you want specifics now, but there is a lot still at play in terms of the procurement process, the engagement, and when these things can be delivered. And some massaging, obviously, in terms of the budget and the impact that has on what we can expect. So that was my 2 cents worth. Now we're up to questions. Speaker 4.
Question.
We're doing speakers at the moment.
Well, perhaps then it's.
So I'll take questions at the end, Councillor.
Perhaps it's a point of order then. That my understanding from what just transpired is we're asked for speakers against, and Councillor Mackenzie spoke against, and then you proceeded to speak for the motion.
So you're speaking against?
No, I'm just clarifying that you are in fact the speaker for the motion, so now we're at speakers against.
Yep, okay. Speakers against? Are you a speaker against? No? Question, Councillor Bulgari?
Thank you. I've got similar concerns as Councillor Mackenzie, actually, that I would like to see the external reviewer actually come back at the appropriate time and present to all councillors. So could I ask, through you, to the co-author or whoever it is of the terms of reference to explain, can that still happen under these terms of reference, please?
Yeah, I'll jump in, Mayor. Thank you. This will be sitting obviously with the People and Culture team, but with Micah just not being here, I'll jump in and answer that. Absolutely, the intention would be, obviously we'd be going out to a procurement process, and one of the things that we would be stipulating, and I haven't got the document in front of me on the screen here, but in terms of the scope of work, there will be a line in there that's talking about the fact that whoever the provider is who gets appointed through this procurement process, the intention would be that there would be presentations back to council once they've done their review. So when they've got their draft recommendations, there would be an engagement with the council is usually what happens. They take on board feedback from council before they then make their final recommendations, and then from that point it then is over to council what they choose to implement or not. So an external firm person reviewer will have their report that they will table that will be independent. They'll give like a preliminary view as they're going through, and then they'll lodge their final report with council, and then it will be council's decision whether they adopt the recommendations or they don't. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you. And if I may have I did have another question. If I may have another question, if I can remember it. Sorry, I was listening to you. So I've just, I've got a headache, sorry, so intently. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to think of it again. You've got my question? Yep, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Colley. If you can help me out here. Yes, yep.
Thank you. Page 6 of the terms of reference refer to the reviewer bringing a final report with detailed findings and recommendations, and then the following page says that includes within the scope of the advisory group to assess all review reports, provide feedback and make recommendations to council for decision. So I just wanted some clarity, and I think that this may be what Councillor Boglari was asking as well. Are the recommendations that come to council from the advisory group exactly the same as those proposed by the reviewer, or is there some level or some degree of filtering before they come back directly to council for any potential decisions?
Happy to jump in, Mayor. So, no, I'm obviously not going to be on this advisory group, but it would be my understanding and the intent of how these documents have been written that the report that gets tabled with council will flow through to council for their council's decision. It won't be tempered with, it will be, you'll have an independent external report that will table a number of recommendations. And I think the intent of the wording on the terms of reference and the scope that you've got before you is really about having, it'll be tabled by that group. It'll have gone through that process, they'll note it, and then they'll make the decision about when they bring it back into council to, number one, workshop the outcomes, including with the third-party provider who's made the recommendations, would be my expectation.
Okay, follow-up question to that. We do have the review objectives listed on page 5 of 9, and the proposed review seeks to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of current services, service delivery models and organisational structures. Fine. Identify areas where efficiencies can be gained or resources better allocated. That's great. I do have some concern about there not being listed in the objectives that the reviewer will bring recommendations back. I think it's all good and well us gathering information about what we do, but surely the whole point of doing this review is to have recommendations brought back so that there is an actual action for this review. And I think it's really important that that be included in the terms of reference, that recommendations will be brought back to us.
Yep. Through you, Mayor, absolutely you could amend the motion to include a third point if you chose to do that, but to have it written somewhere to give you a level of comfort, Councillor, but it would absolutely be my expectation that it would be coming back in here anyway, and that it's not going to get changed along the way, that the recommendations are going to come in a fulsome way to how they've been provided for the full council to deliberate on. So really what we were trying to, and Chris is very helpfully just pointing out the review deliverables bit, which is talking about the inception report, regular progress updates, a draft report for feedback and a final report. So as I said, there'd be a draft report that'll come in at some point in time. You'll get it in an iterative way as they're going through, it all depending on the scope. So that's what this document's really trying to articulate, is what we will go out to vendors with shortly. So if you were to adopt this document today, there's enough in here that we will be able to position something with the market for them to deliver on, essentially the scope of work that's been outlined there, and that review. It's almost like those two sections, the scope of work and the review deliverables, will really what goes to the market, and they'll then provide offers back to council, and there'll be the usual evaluation process. So that was what the intent of this document was to help officers get a head of power from council, so that you were happy with this was what was the intention of the review. Once we've got a scope of works and deliverables agreed, we'll then ask the market to provide us some pricing, essentially, and then from there the procurement and evaluation process will be undertaken.
Yeah, thank you. You answered my final question without me having to ask it, which was about are officers confident that the scope and the direction of the terms of reference is sufficient to provide direction to go to procurement. So thank you for answering that as well.
Next on the list was Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit concerned about some of the comments about the terms of reference and how they were created. So possibly maybe a question through you to the CEO. Can you just clarify how the terms of reference were created? Because my understanding was that a draft terms of reference was sent to the Mayor in April. She provided feedback in July, 3 months later, and suggested her terms of reference and the officer's terms of reference be combined into one terms of reference, and that's what got sent to us for feedback. But I don't think any changes were made in the feedback anyway. So what happened to any of the recommendations that councillors may have made as well? Do I have that timeline correct and that process correct? I just have clarification of that.
It is outlined in the report, councillor, in terms of the document. So there was a document drafted. Amanda had pulled that together for us, so thank you, Amanda, for the work that you've done. Though that draft terms of reference was provided, the Mayor's provided feedback on that. Then councillors had a workshop that included the first terms of reference, the Mayor's feedback, and then a final document, which was the 3 documents you received, and we workshopped that with you, and then this has come back for council consideration.
Next on the list, Councillor Tolty, but she's out of the room. Any other questions? Councillor Bishop. Oh, you can make a comment. Yep. Yep. Oh, Mitchell next. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry. My other question referred to something mentioned on page 6, which says that the reviewer will be required to engage with key stakeholders, including councillors, council staff and community representatives. Can we have some clarity around what constitutes a community representative? My understanding was that that's what we went to an election for last year, to have council representatives elected by the community. Can we have some clarity just around what that reference to community representatives means, please?
From my feedback, it could be anyone that's not a council employee, or sorry, who was referred to? So not a council employee. So anyone that's receiving a service or service provider.
So will there be any clarity around how those community representatives are selected or chosen? We're obviously not going to approach every single person that's a stakeholder to council in terms of every.
Well, I would expect that would be up to that would be part of the discussion with the reviewer. So this is about the documents about providing them with the avenues to do the work that they need to do to conduct the review. So I wouldn't expect that they would, a professional firm or person wouldn't be looking to go and, yeah.
Well, this point was added by you, Mayor, so that's why I'm asking if you have some clarity around what you are referring to when you're suggesting that the reviewer engage with community representatives.
Yeah, well, that would be it. So anyone that's got There's no. It's not prescribed, but it's providing for whatever the reviewer wanted to do in terms of getting feedback to ensure that service delivery and service models are. I'm not prescribing anything. It's up to the reviewer. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Through to Matt Perfumi. Thank you so much for that explanation earlier. That really gave me a bit more clarity. So my question is just around refining my critique of the scope being and the terms being too broad. But so if I got this right, just for me, by starting broad as drafted, then out to the market within the budget allocations that are approved. The market then, and this is the iterative piece, the market then responds, and it's their responses, their expert responses, that start to refine the scope and the areas where we might drill down, which is kind of where I was trying to go. But is that a reasonable sum? And of course it comes back through councillors then.
Through you, Mayor. So the broadness that you refer to, Councillor, was to respect, I guess, the nature of the mayoral minute and the resolution of council. So really that defined the broad brush approach to this review and the span and the scope that we're dealing with.
Respect that. Yep.
And I did initially draft the scope of works, and I did it pretty much being true to what was in that council resolution, and then tried to, apply it in a way where we're not being prescriptive to the experts who will come in, who do this for a living. The intent, if I understand what the Mayor was seeking with her mayoral minute, was for something truly external. So that was the intent as I understood it, and that's how the scope was originally drafted. So also along those lines, from a procurement perspective, what I would tell anyone who's engaging with external suppliers is when we're buying that service from an external supplier, we actually want their intellectual property. We want them to come in and tell us the best way to approach this. So a scope of works like this was crafted in this way to be true to the intent of what council had resolved to deliver, but also it will really be over to those providers who choose to bid for this work to look to satisfy the scope of works and the intent that council is seeking, but to perhaps give us the best way that they think that this could be delivered. So given the fact that it's a broad piece of work, that'll come back in their proposals essentially back to council, because they would each determine what they read in their own way. So, and then it will be the evaluation committee, whoever is part of that procurement evaluation process, they will then be scoring in accordance with the evaluation criteria for this job, coming forward with a recommendation that will then go through, the normal decision-making process. So to answer the question, hopefully I've got there, is it's broad. I appreciate that, but that's what we were asked to do. And now what we're trying to do is ask the vendors who are bidding for this work to tell us the best way that they think that it can be achieved. Does that answer?
Yeah, no, thank you. That was very helpful, and again, does also remind me that's right. The onset was the mayoral minute, and the breadth came from there. So that's where the tension within my thoughts are. But I absolutely respect that resolution of council. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Any other questions? Comment, Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really important to remember the genesis of this is seeking clarification, as it says in the review objectives, to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of current services, service delivery models and organisational structures, to identify where efficiencies can be gained or resources better allocated. The principles of the review The review must be underpinned by the following principles. The efficiency in delivery is maximised. The review is evidence-based and draws on best practice models of local administration. Proposed delivery models leverage the latest innovations, knowledge and technology to the greatest extent. I think this is the next point's a really important one for our officers to understand, that any reductions in the level of staffing to a service will only be achieved through either attrition or redeployment of existing staff within RCC. I think the intent is to make sure that any process changes or efficiencies that are identified are not done to the detriment of individuals. I think the intent and care for officers here is a major area of focus. And then finally, that recommendations are cost neutral. Any increased costs need to be offset by savings or increased revenue elsewhere unless agreed by the steering committee. I do think, councillors, that the information coming back to us is the most important part of this. I do maintain that, in my view, the optimal way for that to occur is for the external reviewer to be guided by the CEO and the Mayor. But if the view of council is that the steering committee should be made up of others, I do request that that information come back to us so that we can guide that, and I'll support on that basis. But I think those objectives and the principles are sound, and I think we want to make sure that we are delivering the best that we possibly can as servants of the public in the best interest of the ratepayers and the residents of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. And they're great points to point out, and I wanted to stress that too. That was one of my points, that that any change in staffing is in relation to natural attrition or redeployment. That is a very important point, and it's important to focus on, as I said before, the original intent of the review and why it was proposed in the first place, given the cost impacts that we've been recently looking at through the budget process. So this is all to that end. Again, I just go back to my concerns about the change. So we've gone from a steering committee to an advisory committee. I've listened to everyone, but I do know that one of the members on the proposed advisory group or advisory committee has already expressed very strong feelings about this process. So that still continues to concern me. However, having said that, we move forward. Does anyone else have any comments? No? All right, then I put the motion. Those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Golay, jumping ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I want you all to sort of take a step back and think outside the Redlands bubble. This is not going to be a Ma and Pa Kettle accounting firm down the road doing this. A forensic corporate industry audit, if you will, comes with highly trained specialists from large corporations who will go through and look at this under any normal legislated arrangement and practices, business and industry practices, to conduct the audit that's being asked. These terms of references are broad, but you'll find it will actually be tightened up. And as a board, and I use that word loosely because we're councillors, not a board, the chairman of the board, being the mayor, has the right to seek a review coming in as the new chairman. That's what the mayor has sought. Our job now stops once we vote here. When the report comes back, our job recommences. The organisation that will review this organisation, being a multi-million-dollar corporation within itself, will go department by department, and that will include dealing with the directors and general managers of service providers to council, so that we look for the best possible value for ratepayers, so that we can mitigate cost of living pressures to the community. And we can also look at cost shifting that has been conducted by other levels of government into our organisation. This is not a political spectacle. This is nothing. The steering group or committee, advisory, whatever you want to call it, trust me, if they overstep the mark and try to tell a large organisation like KPMG, for example, how to do their job, it'll only create further issues to us down the track. So you need to step back out of the Redlands bubble, look at this from a big picture, multi-million-dollar corporation from a larger corporation that's going to review in order to come up with the best possible outcomes of service to the community. Now, that may also mean that they turn around and say, you need another 60 staff in these areas, these areas and these areas. It's not necessarily going to be where they go, you need to cut and slash and burn. It could be from a resourcing perspective to actually bring more staff in or look at world's best practices of how you can create efficiencies. So we need to jump on board, give the win, let the Mayor lead the charge. We've got our group that's going to help facilitate how it all turns to the larger corporation to do this. But now we need to get out of the way. This is not a time for politics. We are saying yes or no to moving forward on a review, and we're seeking the best value outcomes for the community to mitigate cost of living pressures. That is the key goal here. We cannot keep moving forward, putting in rate increases, and I'll give you one example. Mosquito management. 75% of the land that we actually treat is state government owned, right? How can we engage that organisation to go, here's an efficiency you can find? So internally, we're employing drones, we've got a very dedicated staff, we are finding efficiencies internally, but how do we actually mitigate that 75%? Fire ants is another example. At the moment, a developer can go in, put a 200-lot subdivision in, churn and burn, bring in landfill, and then without mitigating that fire ant situation, they hand it over to local government and go, here you go, it's your problem now, you pay for it and deal with it. We have to find big picture savings in order to save our ratepayers money. That's what this review's about. That's why I'm supporting it. I have concerns around the budget that's been allocated.
Just so you know.
I don't think it's going to be enough, but that's what's been allocated and that's what we've got. So I 100% support the Mayor's intent. That's why I supported the mayoral minute, and I think we need to find those cost savings to help our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And those against? Councillor Tolte. The motion is carried. And now we move into confidential items. Do we need to move into confidential, councillors? So we look at, so if we go through each item, so 20.1. 20.1, do we need to go into confidential? No? Actually, I think the only person that indicated we should is Councillor Colley, so which item?
20.2, I thought warranted some discussion.
20.2? Okay, so anyone else? That's the only item? All right. Go 20.2. Well, can I deal with that one first?
Oh, you can do that, yeah.
Do you want to do that? All right, if we don't need to, so what, to sort of go through each item, what we might do is if we don't need to move into confidential until 20.2, if we deal with 20.1 now and then go into confidential for 20.2, come back out and then deal with the others, or Councillor Mackenzie?
May I suggest we move a motion to alter the order of business to put 20.2 last?
Yep, can do.
So then we deal with the others and then do 20.
Yep.
Can I move a motion to alter the order of business to move 20.2 to the end of the agenda items, please?
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillors in favour are Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Dalty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Rendles is out of the room. The motion is carried. So, agenda item number 20.1, Redlands Investment Corporation, RIC Annual Business Plan and Budget 2025 to 2026. Can I have a mover in relation to the, so I think Councillor Toll, his hand was up first, so, and seconded by Councillor Boglari. Oh, sorry, just a second, we're all right, we're all good? Yep. So, yep, okay, I'll put the motion, those in favour? So, because Councillor Rendles is out of the room, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, noting Councillor Rendles is out of the room, the motion is carried. Item 20.3, disposal of land grant of lease, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Sorry? But it's not. We're still in open session. Any discussion on that one? We can't. You're asking any, but it's confidential, and we're open session.
Oh, the items. We haven't discussed it in confidential.
No, because everyone agreed that there wasn't needed to go into confidential. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? So Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Oh, sorry. Bishop and myself, so that excluding Councillor Colley. Noting Councillor Rendles is out of the room. Those against? Councillor Colley is against. The motion is carried. Agenda item 20.4, revocation of reserves, North Stradbroke Island. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Boglari. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Rendles, you've just come back into the room. We're just voting on the revocation of reserves, North Stradbroke Island, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Are you in favour? In favour. Thank you. That motion is carried unanimously. Agenda item number 20.5, Central Gravity Trunk Expansion, S8 and S9, Significant Contracting Plan. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. So now back to...
Move that we go into confidential, Mayor.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor Bishop. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor, it's carried. It's Councillor Mackenzie.
Can I check the process? Do we not have to vote first that it is confidential, that it is a confidential item, and then we move to...
Apologies. Oh, that's right. Yes, we did. That's right, we did. Okay. So, yep.
Oh, no, that was your motion to change the order.
Yep. So I'll just go back. Can I have a mover that item 20.2, request to waive infrastructure... Oh, sorry. Yep. Request to waive infrastructure charges, to consider a request to waive infrastructure charges be discussed in closed session. This matter is considered to be a confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Can I have a mover and seconded? Moved by Councillor Bishop. Seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. So now we go back to the motion to move into confidential, moved by councillor Tolte, seconded by councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. We can now move into All right. Can I have a mover and seconder that we move out of confidential and meeting proceedings resume? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. And councillors, we are now considering 20.2, page 38. Sorry, 32. Sorry? Page 38. Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you. So, item 20.2, can I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Rendell, seconded by Councillor Boglari, I think had a hand up first. Those in favour? So Councillor Boglari, Councillor Gollay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendell, Councillor Talty, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Colley. The motion is carried. All right, thank you everyone. Just after 5 and after hearing discussion earlier, I'm glad to say that we are still under what seems to be the record of 10 p.m. closure. So, councillors, can you please ensure your attendance has been logged in diligent boards before you go? And I now declare the meeting closed at 5:12 p.m. Wednesday, the 20th of August. Thank you very much, everybody, for comments and participation today.